front of the House Ways and Means Committee. So he has to leave London within the next few hours to make sure he's back in Washington, D.C. So far, we haven't heard any breakthrough so far, just that talks are ongoing. But if they do get to something concrete, it'll likely look very similar to what they agreed upon in Geneva, which potentially is going to be the United States lifting some export controls that came on after Geneva, things like jet plane engine parts, some chemicals and nuclear materials. And also the United States wants to see an accelerated pace of licensing of rare earths and magnets, which China has 70% of the market. And that's critical for U.S. defense and high-tech industries.
So what do we know, Anne-Marie, about the willingness of the Trump administration to give China, high-tech, AI-capable microchips in exchange for critical rare earth materials that are needed for automotive production? Like, are we willing to trade a little bit of national security for some commercial success here?
Well, that's a great question. I think we're trying to figure out what the U.S. red line is when it comes to national security and it comes to export controls in the semiconductor industry. Kevin Hassett, the National Economic Council director, had said there will be an easing of export controls, but not high-tech advanced semiconductors like the H20 NVIDIA chip, which, by the way, was produced to be China compliant of export controls under the Biden administration. At the same time, the president said yesterday, basically leaving it open-ended, saying, we'll see. So when they come out from these negotiations, and if we get something a little bit more concrete, we will actually understand where the U.S. red line is, and that is going to tell us how far they are willing to go in the future. Because let's not forget, this is the first inning of Trump 2.0 trade war with China. During Trump's first administration, when we had the Phase 1 purchasing agreement, the trade war started in 2018, and it didn't end, Matt, until 2020.
All right, Anne-Marie, thanks very much. Anne-Marie Horder in there, Bloomberg's chief political correspondent, of course, also co-host of Surveillance, flying around the world following these trade discussions for us. Coming up, Cole Smead of Smead Capital tells us whether U.S. stocks are a bargain right now as investors anticipate strong earnings growth in at least some of these stocks through the year. It's not clear to me, exactly where we're looking for strong earnings growth. Is just tech stocks?
I have an idea. Yeah, it's tech. Yeah. Tech. Double-digit growth expected there. Not so much in some of the stuff that Cole likes.
Not in the oil patch, right?
No, not necessarily. So
even
we're going
financials don't really look.
No, really tepid pace of growth expected there. We're going to get into it next, though, with Cole.
Yes, this is Open Interest.
Join me for the next generation of Wall Street Week, telling stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. Each week, we'll go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
Above all else, it's a mission.
It's done nothing but grow immensely. To me, that's an extraordinary sign.
We can be the change that we want to see.
Watch the all-new Wall Street Week. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm David Gura in Ottawa, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. The countdown is on, Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now.
We have Take-Two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
NVIDIA is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers.
You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close.
Hello, this is DrPaulCottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, and my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Just a reminder, for the ones that want to see the actual dashboard that I've created through the live stream, you can watch it on my website or through the YouTube feed. The Rumble feed is just the larger screen. So with that, please help support the work that I do by going to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if you'd like to help support, please donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can do that on the homepage at the bottom of the page. You can also click the other links that I have in the description of this video and all my videos to help support by donating. You can be a paid member to Patreon. The link is in the description of this video. I do these videos for free. So the donations are to help support this free work that I do. I don't put anything behind a paywall, so please help support the work that I do. I have thousands of videos out there for free. In addition, I also have ebooks and great supplements that we will talk about throughout this transmission. And I have course material that I created to learn about pulmonology and immunology that you can purchase on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. With that said, let's go back to Bloomberg. We are doing this live stream on June 10th for the ones that will be watching this at a later time. So we're doing this June 10th, and we have about 5 minutes to go before the New York Open.
Wall Street analysts are really good at doing one thing, which is predicting quarterly earnings. That's what they're great at. It makes me think that as a child, if they drop too many things, they'll call out the number of things they drop, and their parents are like, you should be a sell-side analyst. That's really good. So I say that because ultimately, what's going on in the stock market right now is the returns, the cash returns on capital of the S&P are actually in decline. Now, why am I saying that? Because earnings, you only depreciate a small piece of your capital base. In reality, what do we know what's going on with AI? They are CapExing this at obscene levels. I'll use Meta, they're at 70 billion just this year. And so why I'm pointing that out is let's use a company, a cheap stock, quote unquote, to some value people like Google. Google's probably gonna do about $53 billion of net cash creation, but that's taking 73 billion of free cash and backing out 20 billion in stock-based comp. Wall Street doesn't count that.
Right.
So I point that out because on a business like Google, an asset light, one of the truly great monopolies in the asset light world is only actually producing about 16% cash returns on book. Now, what's weird about that? That's too low. That's way too low for a business of that size and that scale. You get that at 6 times book and 40 times free cash. I can go and buy oil companies that are producing 11 to 13% return on invested capital, and I pay less than invested capital.
All right, I got to wrap you up, but we're going to bring you right back. Cole Smead staying with us. This is Open Interest.
All right, so let's go over some of the pre-market data here. The S&P 500 futures is trading at 6,018. It's about 7 points up. Oil is trading at 65.40. And natural gas is trading at 3.611. And we have the euro trading at 1.14. And the yen, Japanese yen, is trading at 144.51. VIX is at 1714. All right, so while we're waiting for Bloomberg to cycle through their commercial break, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the soaps that I have. These are soaps that I use. You can get it in lavender, in peppermint, and also in charcoal tea tree. And lemongrass. So get a few bars for your household. Very high quality soaps. These are soaps that I use, made from structural nanosilver, very high quality, improve your health and wellness. And it helps support the work that I do. And it's a win-win situation. If you purchase the products that I have, and you stack them the way I tell you to, you're going to slow down certain aging processes. But you're also getting free information about what's going on in the markets and what's going on in the news and my perspective on it. So with that, let's go back to Bloomberg here. We'll be also covering some of the other issues in LA and the trade negotiations that are going on in London.
Mexico is going to continue to do well, which is the leverage in the country. Because the leverage in the country is only 33%. And when you've seen Mexico grow and BBVA grow in Mexico, structurally speaking, the leverage is so low that just a little bit of growth in the leverage is going to be able to support that bull case in Mexico. So that's why we're structurally positive in Mexico.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment on a scale not seen for decades. At the intersection between markets, economics, and geopolitics, a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We are, I think hovering is the word right now. I'm not supposed to say churn, but that's really what's happening in this market. S&P futures are up, but only 0.1%. NASDAQ, even less than that. And the problem is the market is in waiting mode. It wants to see what the U.S. and China get out of their meeting in London. It wants to see the CPI report tomorrow. Really, I think, wants to see the 30-year bond auction on Thursday, as hard as that is to believe. By the way, Ford is ringing the bell on the New York Stock Exchange, which is fairly interesting. But this is, I think, fascinating. Lincoln Electric is ringing the bell at the NASDAQ. The company's like over a century old. I think it may be 150 years old. It's been listed on the NASDAQ since 1995. Not only are they crushing it in the last 5 years, as I always check with my comp function, up 150%, in the last 30 years, they're up with reinvested dividends 5,000%. So absolutely crushing it.
Yeah. Lincoln Electric. I had to. Let's talk about Meta, though. This is an interesting one. Not exactly up 5,000% today, but it's up slightly higher on news potentially that Meta is recruiting dozens of experts to achieve artificial general intelligence that theoretically can perform tasks as well as humans. As we talked about with Caroline Hyde and Mandeep Singh, this is a clear priority for Mark Zuckerberg, who is personally hiring the team and arranging desks to sit near him, which sounds a little bit intense. It was up higher pre-market, but still a gain of about 0.5%, Matt Miller.
All right, Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference, not that you would know it, it's happening right now. It's not impressing analysts on the street too much. As you can see from the stock here, it's up only 1/3%. Even though Apple has announced such exciting deals as advancing its already formed partnership with OpenAI and refreshing its operating system. So we'll continue to watch that. And in fact, Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow, I'm going to say, went to it and then decided to leave. He's back in San Francisco. So Ed, so boring that you just peaced out?
Yeah, a little bit, but I would put it in the context of yesterday's drop on Apple being more substantive and significant than probably we discussed. Like literally one session a market does not make, but just go to 1 p.m. Eastern time on the tape. And when Craig Federighi, Apple's software chief, started speaking very early in the presentation, he said, "We have no updates on Siri. They will come later in the year," and stock goes straight down. So, I actually find the rebound today a little bit more interesting. And the reality is this, that Apple has a much catching up to do in AI. None of the announcements from WWDC, other than third-party access to its own LLMs for developers, because that's important for Apple's ecosystem, moved the needle, and we are in waiting mode with it. And yeah, it underwhelmed for sure.
All right, Ed, I guess that's all we need from you now. But we will stay tuned to your program today. Ed Ludlow, co-host of Bloomberg Tech, and there's a lot to watch in tech today, right? Because you've got Mark Zuckerberg apparently like hosting dinners to hire the 50 smartest people and sit them near him. At Meta, they also are investing $10 billion in an AI data startup. Plus, you've got TSMC's massive jump in revenue. I think it was a 40% jump
40% in Meta,
in one month. So there's a ton to watch Ed and Caroline for today.
Yeah.
But probably just not Apple.
But there's a ton to watch when it comes to us and the discussions that we're going to have. Yeah, so let's keep it going.
Yeah, Cole Smead is still with us here, CEO and portfolio manager at Smead Capital Management. And Cole, I just wanted to, we were talking during the break about this idea that now is a good time for aggressive, smart financiers in the oil patch to go and round up some of their maybe tired old competition.
Yeah, it's to use Boone Pickens' old line, you can dig for oil cheaper in the New York Stock Exchange or the Toronto Stock Exchange than you can in West Texas, okay? I'll give you a very recent example right now. There's a company up in Canada called Strathcona Resources ran by Adam Watrous. He's a very successful investor, counter-cyclical investor. He's out buying a business called MEG. They're both heavy oil businesses. What Adam just did is sold gas assets up in the Montney to buy heavy oil. That's interesting because the market seems to be really excited about gas for AI and electricity. So what is he doing? He's arbing even the difference in the gas to oil market. So he's doing that. People are kind of caught off guard. And really he's going to close that deal. It just shows you that the smart money is moving on this. Once the Hess deal with Chevron and Exxon gets settled out, whoever loses that will go after an asset. That looks pretty obvious. So we're going to continue to see consolidation. But again, the question is who wants to own and run the future and who wants to just kind of, watch their kids as they retire.
Yeah. So, okay, so we've covered energy. I also see when I take a look at some of the names that you're feeling good about, I see a lot of builders in there, which also caught my eye. We talk all the time about what a weird spot the housing market is in. What is the case for home builders at this moment?
Yeah, so there's about 5 months of supply and demand meeting right now, which is pretty historically normal. I'll give you a little stat. You'll see if you go out on X, you'll read a lot of these super bearish articles on housing and whatnot and write-ups. I call those bear porn for lack of a better term. And they'll say, oh, look, we've never had more new homes for sale than at any point since whatever date, okay? You name the date. 75% of the new homes for sale have not begun being built or are not finished. So the idea that we have this plethora of new homes out there that are just unsold, it's just not true. I say that because 5 months of demand supply meeting is on lower demand right now. So it's a very balanced market. People are as bearish as all get out in the space. And again, we still have this tight supply looking back. We have the same supply as in 19. That was a good time to buy a house. That was a good time to be an investor. Luckily, everyone thinks that affordability is going to kill the golden calf again. And we've made a lot of money betting against Wall Street on that before.
I'm interested to know what you think about cars because I don't see a lot in your holdings, but I remember when you guys were into O'Reilly, for example, and I guess new car prices are so high that people are going to be buying used cars. They're going to be fixing up their old cars. Do you care about that right now?
Yeah, we've actually never owned O'Reilly. We've looked at it a lot in the past. O'Reilly, AutoZone, those have been wonderful businesses. Here's how I think about this. Main Street's going to beat Wall Street. That looks obvious to us. We don't think the S&P will make good returns. We think inflation will beat the S&P, okay? Now, I point that out because look at our fiscal budgets. What are we effectively doing? We're creating this buffer and stabilizing the economy. Where's that recession that we've been hunting for years? We're not very good at finding recessions, and we're not very good really creating them. Now, why? Government spending, okay? So the economic fears drove a lot of security prices. Housing, oil, consumer-oriented businesses, that's where a lot of security prices were driven in April. The low on the energy stocks was not the low of oil. It was the height of economic fears in early April. So I point that out because that's the opportunity. I think really meeting Main Street where it's at, but again, that has nothing to do with Wall Street. That has nothing to do with the bond market necessarily. We are handing out a lot of fiscal largesse, and so far you can't kill this economy, which is bizarre to say.
By the way, you and your father have always been kind of acolytes of Warren Buffett, and he is passing the torch now. Were you at the meeting? Yeah. What do you think about that? How does Berkshire look to you?
So I was at the meeting with my dad. We left 15 minutes before the meeting ended. And we were out in the concourse. We got there and we looked at each other. Just one of those things I'll never forget in my career. We looked at each other in kind of like a moment. And it was like, it's the end of an era. We just kind of looked at each other and we like understood. Funny enough, obviously 10 minutes later, Buffett announced he was stepping down as CEO at the end of the year. But we just kind of knew that mentally. And that's why I've gone to the first meeting in maybe over 10 years for myself. So I think it is an end of an era. I think there's a lot of questions we asked there. Ultimately, you have the greatest investor of all time. Greg Abel's a very good operator. He's wonderful. I think one of the questions could be asked is, could he consolidate Oxy? Because he knows a lot about the FERC approvals that would be required for that, things of that nature. And they're not going to invest in the utility business. They made that very obvious. It'll be interesting to see where that goes. But again, for a long time, you've been able to compound capital at higher rates than other places. But look at what Buffett's doing. Buffett's arguing this is like 2000. And if I had my best guess, we're somewhere between March and August of 2000. We almost got back to the old high in August. Everyone just remembers this nasty bear market for 2 to 3 years. But there was a massive bear market rally 5 months in. And you know what happened? People got crushed. That's what this looks like to me.
Well, I'm glad that we're on the topic of Buffett, because this is one of the questions I had coming out of that announcement. You know, you mentioned that Greg Abel, obviously very competent as an operator.
Yeah.
He's not classically an investor like a Warren Buffett, like a Charlie Munger. And I wonder how you think about that as someone who so closely follows this company.
Yeah, if I was gonna, it'd be great to sit down with Buffett. He's not gonna take the time. He's got less time, and therefore, why would he sit down with me? Ted Weschler is who I'd really want to visit with there. I think Ted Weschler, if I look at what he's done in the past, what his style of investing is, again, he has a middle markets M&A background. He has really a financier approach to this. I think that's but then again, we're not allowed to hear from him at meetings or whatnot. He's done some select podcasts and done some select comments here or there. But Ted is kind of in the back 40 of the discussion at Berkshire. I'd love to see him up closer, but again, that's just because I think he's a really outstanding investor.
All right, Cole, it's always great to see you. Really enjoyed this conversation. That is Cole Smead.
All right, let's talk a little bit about what's going on with the S&P 500. So the S&P 500 is trading at 6,017, and it's up about 11 points or so. The VIX is trading at 17. I'd like to see the VIX come down a little bit more. It's possible it spikes a little bit, especially if we get negative news from the trade agreement between the United States and China. But it's all going in a positive direction. I think why things seem to be a little bit calm right now in the markets is that they're waiting for news on what's going on in London with China and the United States. We should know that throughout this broadcast. Also, the markets want to know, how does the 20 and the 30-year auction that takes place in a couple days here perform? And will the yields be way higher or stable? Those are two big news events that can move the market. With that said, we have a new support level. It's a weak support level, but it is a new support level for the S&P 500, and that is 6,000. Now, I've been saying that 6,000 was a resistance level until we break it. Well, we broke it. So what we want now is to see it, creep up to 6,050, 6,075, right? And then that will strengthen that support level. So we have a new support level on the S&P 500. If we get bad news and it breaks below the 6,000, then the next support level is 5,750. All right. Now, the next resistance level for the S&P 500 is 6,130. So just keep that in mind. So you update your charts or however you want to do it. But new resistance level, 6,130, and support level for the S&P 500, 6,000. But that is a weak support level until we understand what's going on with the news this week. So hopefully that will help you navigate through the S&P 500. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I have. I have two types. You can get it in veggie cap version or in the powdered version. I prefer to take the powdered version because I take so many different powders for my supplements for my lunch. So, the powders that I take are obviously the probiotic, but also the Gladiator Barley and the collagen and the Bloomer Boost, the lignans. So it's just easier for me to take it. Now, some people prefer to take powdered supplements. Others prefer to take capsules. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great probiotics that I offer, either in the veggie cap form or in the powdered form. Now, taking a probiotic is really important. It's a foundational part of your health protocol. By having a good gut biome, you're going to be able to absorb your nutrients better. You're going to have a better immune system in your gut. You're going to actually have better skin. In addition, you're going to have better mental acuity. You'll sleep better. And you'll have a better communication between your gut and your brain and your gut and your liver. Your metabolism will be better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I offer. Very high quality, very important to take every day. Drink it with filtered water.
Deals were once again on display.
The Saudis are open for business.
The cessation of sanctions against Syria.
Another big victory for the Crown Prince, concerned that none of the guardrails may be set up just yet.
Headline after headline. Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
All right, I'm going to go to Fox Business here. They're talking about China.
They said we're going to wait till Thursday.
And what's the main impediment to getting a deal?
Well, they're just asking for things that you can't do. They don't want to give up what they have to give up. You can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that because the alternative is a very, very dire one, but they're not there. They have given us their thoughts on the deal, and I said, you know, it's just not acceptable.
President Trump there saying that he will resume nuclear talks with Iran this week, reaffirming the regime cannot enrich uranium and ultimately get a nuclear bomb. This after the United Nations nuclear watchdog says that it cannot independently verify whether Tehran's nuclear program is, quote, entirely peaceful. The president also spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on the phone over the weekend on a wide range of topics, including Iran. Watch.
Your phone call go with Prime Minister Netanyahu? You just mentioned Iran. Did you discuss Iran? Did you discuss the Gaza war?
Yeah, we discussed a lot of things, and it went very well, very smooth. We'll see what happens. We just spoke about Iran. I think you should negotiate this. You might be better. This could have been the idea of the day. We'll have Derek get up and negotiate. They are good negotiators, but they're tough. Sometimes they can be too tough. That's the problem. So we're trying to make a deal so that there's no destruction and death. And we've told them that, and I've told them that, and I hope that's the way it works out. But
joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst. He is chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane, back with us. General, great to see you. Your reaction to these Iran talks and what you think is how this plays out?
Yeah, well, certainly the president is very forthcoming about what's taking place with these talks, and it's not surprising that Iran's negotiators speaking for the Ayatollah are playing hardball here. I mean, a couple of things is motivating Iran. They want to delay these negotiations and drag them out as much as possible. To get the JCPOA deal, the so-called nuclear deal with the Obama administration, they were in negotiations for almost 2 years. And Obama went in there with the same proposals we have: dismantle your nuclear program, take it down, stop your aggressive behavior in the region, stop sponsoring terrorism, and also stop your ballistic missile program and destroy the missiles that could deliver. That was their going in conditions. They gave up on all of those conditions after several months of tough negotiations by Iran and produced a deal that was fundamentally flawed, and President Trump got out of it in 2018. These are the same negotiators that we're dealing with now, and that's what they're trying to achieve, drag this out. Why does the Ayatollah want to drag it out? Because Israel destroyed so much of their air defense systems. They are trying to recover those air defense systems as quickly as possible. I think in his own mind, Maria, where the Ayatollah is the supreme leader, and he takes a much harder stand than the people who are actually negotiating for him, I think where he is, he's not going to dismantle his nuclear enterprise. He will not do that. And that's our major condition. And that means what? That means he's willing to accept an airstrike, and he thinks he can recover some of that airstrike if he can get those air defense systems in there and be able to build on what is left from that and still acquire a nuclear weapon at some future date. I kind of suspect that that's kind of where he is, which is quite significant if that's where the stand he's taking.
Yeah,
so
quite
I think
significant,
the president talking to Netanyahu was they probably had a very rich discussion about where the president is in the negotiations, and also they likely discussed the alternative. If Iran is not going to come around, and what would be the timing of that, and what they intend to do together or separately.
And the president has been alluding to such a threat, right, for a long time now, you know? So we'll have to see how this plays out, but it looks like the big event is yet to come. Meanwhile, let me get your take on China, because the DOJ has announced charges against a third Chinese scientist from Wuhan, accused of smuggling biological materials into America. 4 packages of the pathogen were sent to the University of Michigan both last year and this year. The scientist was detained when flying back to Detroit on Sunday. Authorities say that she made false statements about the previously shipped packages, General. Of course, this is on top of what we learned last week, where, you know, a couple Chinese nationals were charged with conspiracy and smuggling a dangerous biological pathogen into the United States. And, you know, they talked about hiding it in their shoes, et cetera. General, your reaction?
Yeah, well, certainly we're not surprised by this, I think, because China is conducting the most comprehensive penetration of our society since we were formed 250 years ago, 249 years now. And we've never seen anything quite like this. And it's so comprehensive. Cyber espionage, penetrating our critical infrastructure. And what our intelligence people are telling us publicly is that they're remaining in that infrastructure in the sense that they're sleeping inside those capabilities, telecommunications, food supply, pharmaceutical drugs, transportation, the list goes on. And in the event there's conflict with China in the Pacific, they would attempt to defeat the American people at home and break their will to support the war. And here we have a biological pathogen smuggling into the country that could attack our agriculture and ultimately our food source. And I think this is more exploration than anything else to detect and see how they can penetrate and how comprehensive this could be for the future. So, yeah, I mean, we are target one for the Chinese communists, and we have got to make sure we have a comprehensive defense in this country against it.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a fishing expedition just like COVID, right? I mean, the same thing with COVID. Let's see what COVID does when we unleash that or when we cover it up. And then
well, we got problems with China. It's the 10,000 talent program now. It used to be the 1,000 talent program. Now it's the 10,000 talent program. And they're infiltrating many different parts of our society, especially in academia. It's not just in the hard sciences and the academia. It's not just in biology. It's also in politics. It's in business. They want to build connections and then be able to infiltrate future leaders or climb up the political ladder, maybe work at think tanks. And it's kind of like almost like a spy in a way, what's going on with this 10,000 talent program. Another part of the 10,000 talent program is to transfer technology. Now, the problem is that these researchers, especially Dr. Jian, she did her Ph.D. in China. She did some work after her Ph.D. in China. She didn't have to do the research at the University of U of M, the University of Michigan, I mean. So she didn't have to do it at U of M. Why? Why did she have to do it? She could have done it in China. And not only that, most of her research, and I've done a video on this, most of her research is supported directly from China. There was 1 or 2 papers that have been published that I have seen, maybe more, but that is funded partially by NIH and the NSF, the National Science Foundation. With the rest of it, the bulk of her research has been published, has been supported by the Chinese government. So if that's the case, why did she have to be in that laboratory at U of M? Why? Could have done it in China, unless they are conduits to be able to create something and release it. Why would you want to be in Michigan? Major agricultural state, next to other major agricultural states like Ohio. Big, big problem. Now, before I go to another Fox News clip here talking about Fetterman, let's talk about the oil market. Oil is trading at 65.77 right now. And I have a short and a long position in oil, all right? I'm waiting on the news here because I suspect that, you know, with the news this week, there's going to be a little bit of movement in the markets. But there's a major support level that's a fib sequence at 54, okay? So we're way above 54. I also said that we had a resistance level at 65. We have broken that resistance level. So the next resistance level is going to be 68.50. Now, if we go based on Petrol Logistics survey data and not OPEC plus data, it looks like that the new barrels that are coming online in the market is actually to backfeed overproduction that has been already published by Petrol Logistics. So that means that they're really not pumping new barrels of oil. They're just trying to pretend they are to actually hide the overproduction that took place months ago. In addition, WTI, right? That U.S. trading for oil, not Brent, but U.S. trading, the WTI, the Cushing inventories are lower than last year. So there is a lot of movement, a lot of fundamental and behavioral movement to move oil up, especially if Trump's trade deals start to subside and there's less damage to the economy. All right. If these negotiations are positive or just lukewarm, then oil is probably going to go up. The headwind on that is what's going on in China, because I think that the economy in China is very bad and that they are using less energy. But they buy on the Brent market, Brent crude market. But there's a correlation between the Brent crude market and WTI. So Brent crude is usually trades about $2 or $3 more than so Brent's probably trading at 67 or something right now. So the point I'm making is that inventories at Cushing, Oklahoma are lower than normal. Petrol Logistics is saying that OPEC Plus has been lying for months about what the production really was, and it was overproducing. And they're trying to catch up in data, in the stats, to hide what they did. All right? That could very well be. All right? Plus the trading, plus this trading momentum because of the tariff agreements. So with that all said, we have established a new support level at 65, but oil can move fast, you know, either because it's very high event risk driven. So 65 is the new support level. The next resistance level is 68.50. Will we get to 68.50 like tomorrow? No, but it's trading around, it's been bouncing around the 65 handle. So it trades in a range. Now, it was trading before at about a 60 or 61 handle to about a 63 handle. So, you know, like a 60 handle to a 63 handle kind of range was range bound. That range has moved up now. So my take on this is that we're at right now at a 62, 65 handle range. I haven't seen it break 66 yet, but right now it's trading at 65.88. So what I did was I created a hedge strategy because I'm not sure if it'll break above 66. All right. But if it does, then it probably will bounce around at the 66 mark and then come back down and go below 65. All right. So it's trying to reestablish the next trading range right now. And there's a lot of news that can affect that. So we just kind of like sit and wait. Another thing that I've been watching is natural gas. Natural gas is trading at 35, it's trading at 3.556 right now. It was trading yesterday at 3.7. So it moves a lot. And the ETF that I look at for that is BOIL. All right. The short is cold, spelled with a K. Now, at 3.55, that's, getting to the lower end of the bound. I am longing natural gas. Part of the reason is when the inflection point for prices for natural gas futures is usually around August. All right. So it should be starting to creep up. So that's a safe bet. But the thing is that this can move, to 3.4, then jump back up to 3.7 really quick. That's why you just kind of have to watch it. All right. So that's, I put a long position in. I think that it's going to go back to 3.7, 3.8, not too far into the future. But, there's going to be, natural gas has some volatility to it. So it will stay, we'll watch it. All right. So oil is trading at right now. Oil is trading at 51.27. All right. So it moves a lot. It can go from 51 to 55 pretty quickly. All right. So BOIL, because it's trading at 51.27, BOIL is the longing for natural gas. And natural gas is trading at 3.56 right now. I think it's going to go up. All right. I think it's getting close to the bottom of the trading range. But all right. So let's just take a look at this. All right. So it's trading at 51.34. All right. So it has broken the 51.48 support level. So we're going to need to reestablish a new support level. So right now, BOIL in the short term, the resistance level is going to be 51.48, and the next resistance level will be 55.28. So we'll see if that continues to go down or not. I suspect that it won't, and that it probably will start to pop back up. It's probably I might actually add more positions in. I just got to watch this a little bit. But there's some big movements going on with oil. I mean, like, as I'm talking right now, oil is trading now at 65.91. It's testing the 66 right now. And at the same time, natural gas is going down. So that's an interesting play there. So we'll have to re-establish a resistance level for BOIL. It did break its 51.48 support level, but it might pop back up above it today in the intraday trading. So we'll keep an eye on it. So with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get another great foundational supplement, and that's the multivitamin. This multivitamin has the B vitamins, has vitamin A and vitamin C and vitamin D, folate, manganese. It has the multivitamins that are very important cofactors for enzymatic activity. So that basically means that by taking this multivitamin, which is easy to digest, you are giving your body the ingredients that it needs to have better cellular processes. Because those enzymes will need to have cofactors that attach to its enzyme, bind to its enzyme, and that will change actually the shape of the enzyme slightly and help with the catalytic aspects to the enzyme. So that means that your cells will perform properly. So it's very important to take a high quality multivitamin. So please take this high quality multivitamin as a foundational piece, stacks really well with the probiotics, and it's easy to digest. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. Drink it with filtered water. All right, with that, let's go to the Fetterman video that I wanted to play.
Senator John Fetterman condemning the violent anti-ICE protest. Quote, I unapologetically stand for free speech, peaceful demonstrations, and immigration, but this is not that. This is anarchy and true chaos. My party loses the moral high ground when we refuse to condemn setting cars on fire, destroying buildings, and assaulting law enforcement.
But House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries trying to pass blame onto the Republicans.
The Department of Homeland Security, under the leadership of the so-called Secretary Kristi Noem, is a complete and total embarrassment. And so anything that they put out should be scrutinized through that lens.
Nonetheless, is that something that you would agree with?
I've made my statement on this issue.
Here to react, Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, your #1 job as an elected official is public safety. That's it. Every other issue is a far distant second. So why can't all Democrats, especially their so-called leader, Hakeem Jeffries, say what Fetterman said right there?
John Fetterman, again, being the voice of reason in the Democratic Party, Todd, and he'll probably have some hit pieces now written about his health, I would imagine, as a result, because the Democrats are not very happy with Mr. Fetterman right now. Look, I'm glad that Hakeem Jeffries was asked that question. What these protests, these fiery but mostly peaceful riots are about, this is getting lost here a little bit in all the media coverage, is the Trump administration attempting to deport those here illegally, very key to mention that, here illegally, who have committed murder, including of children, of rapists, of child molesters. I mean, this is an effort that almost all sane and sober Americans support, yet Democrats are imploring their fringe supporters to resist. They won't condemn the violence, the attacks on law enforcement, only President Trump and ICE. Meanwhile, the media, Dana Bash on CNN saying these aren't, quote, real riots, unquote. Well, look at your television screens over the last 5 days. Chris Murphy, Senator of Connecticut, goes on MSNBC and is telling people to take to the streets in other cities. Therefore, more riots across the country, 2020 all over again. Kamala Harris saying that it has been overwhelmingly peaceful in Los Angeles. My goodness gracious. If you live in California, why would you ever stay in that state, given the way that it is run, because Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass are in charge? We are witnessing political suicide of the Democratic Party, to John Fetterman's point, in real time. They have lost the moral higher ground, and they can't lecture about enforcing the law and the laws in the books ever again if they are not condemning this the way they should.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, you said it. It's remarkable how similar what's taking place right now is to 5 years ago. I mean, if you played footage of last night's riot and asked somebody who didn't know when that took place, they would have said that was the Black Lives Matter riot of 2020. And during that time, Democrats continued to say that they were mostly peaceful protests. And here we go again.
Oh, boy. Here we go again.
To imagine that this time the National Guard were sent out to attack protesters that were exercising their constitutional obligation.
We don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard troops.
They're not criminals, and that is the outrage that you're seeing. And I think that if ICE left, I think if the National Guard left, you would see this all die down.
And we just lived through the ramifications of those remarks 5 years ago with the results of the 2024 presidential elections. So has the party learned any lessons in that time period?
Obviously not. I mean, I can't believe these sound bites that you guys are playing, where Seattle, for example, because the mayor there in 2020, the one that said it was the summer of love, when you had far left rioters took over major blocks of a major NFL city in this country, including the police station. Portland police were under siege for months by so-called protesters, literally launching firebombs at the police station. If the National Guard was called in then, that would have quelled those situations a lot faster. So President Trump, learning from that, saying, all right, I'm not waiting for a governor or mayor to tell me what I have to do here. I'm going to do, to Todd's original point, I'm going to do what I can to protect American citizens and put violent criminals out of this country who entered illegally. Again, this is absolute Thelma and Louise off the cliff suicide here that we are seeing from the Democratic Party and those in the media who are cheering it on, because the pictures tell the story just like they did with Joe Biden in 2024 when we were told that he really wasn't seeing his brain turn to applesauce, and they kept calling it cheap fake videos. These are not cheap fake. That is an assault on law enforcement, and when you see rocks and concrete blocks being dropped on their cars, someone's going to get killed. Unless something is done, President Trump is trying to do that.
Yeah, and to that point, I just want to be very clear to contradict something that the California Attorney General, Rob Bonta, said. He said this is an illegal use of the National Guard. That is incorrect. And even the most far left legal professor, he now runs a law school, Dean Erwin Chemerinsky, said that President Trump's use of that code section in the United States Code to call out the National Guard when the governor fails to do so is completely legal and viable. That tells you everything you need to know. This is posturing on behalf of the California AG, and he's wrong legally.
Right, yeah, and Joe, we got to let you go, but to that point, Alex Villanueva was on Brian Kilmeade's One Nation show on Sunday. He's the former LA County Sheriff, and he said that the order of events is that ICE was under attack. They appealed to LAPD and the Los Angeles County Sheriff, and they were denied backup. So then they went to the feds, and that is how the National Guard and now the Marines are in Los Angeles as well. So this lawsuit now is playing out. We'll see how that one goes in the court and also the court of public opinion in the days to come. Joe, we do have to leave it there, though. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to.
All right, so let's take a look at some other things here. What's going on? I want to take a look at CNBC.
Today, Bitcoin.
All right, they're going to be talking about Disney here, so let's listen to. And they're interviewing Bob Iger.
Joining us in a CNBC exclusive is Bob Iger, of course, Disney CEO. Good to have you back on, Bob. You know, 438 million is a lot less than many of your shareholders were at least concerned. I don't know if you were concerned that you'd have to pay. And I'm curious, was that the case? Did you have more money earmarked potentially? And if so, does it give you an opportunity to spend it elsewhere?
Well, let me start, David, by saying that this is a business, our streaming business, that lost $5 billion in the year prior to my coming back. And we're going to earn over $1 billion this year. So I say, sorry, $4 billion in the year prior to my coming back. We're going to earn over $1 billion this year. So we've got a $5 billion turnaround. And this step is the first big step in the direction of turning this into a real growth business for the company. We were prepared, if necessary, to pay more for this, but the third-party appraiser praised it at a price that was closer to our evaluation or the bank that was evaluating this business for us. Had the bank, the third-party appraiser, come up with a number that was closer to Comcast, this could have cost us $5 billion more. So obviously, we're very pleased with this result. But now we're focused on doing what we intended to do once we gain full control of this. And that's basically to put these apps together seamlessly, to create an experience for the consumer that's easier to use, easier to buy, to increase engagement, to lower churn, to grow subs, and ultimately to consolidate more and to save some money in terms of the operation. So we're very pleased with this result.
Yeah, I would imagine you would be, given it is, again, far less than perhaps certainly our parent company Comcast was hoping that they would get, although at the end it's still almost $9 billion for them in terms of the overall stake. You mentioned direct-to-consumer. Last quarter, which was only a few weeks back, you delivered $336 million in operating income from direct-to-consumer. You mentioned Hulu now being a part of overall this plan. So what do you do once you own it? What do you actually, what is the consumer going to see perhaps that's different, Bob, than currently in terms of the offering you're making to them?
Well, we've already bundled the apps in a way that is, I think, really easy to use with ingesting the Hulu product onto the Disney Plus product. But obviously, this is a step in the direction of putting these apps together fully, making basically not only a seamless experience for the consumer, but as I said earlier, essentially a one-app purchase. And that's clearly important for us because with a combination of the great quality branded programming on Disney Plus, and with the great value that Hulu provides with not only volume in terms of general entertainment, but quality, this is a great combination. And this is, again, a big step in the direction of us enabling all of this, and also turning Hulu into a more global brand as part of the Disney Plus offering. And then in addition to that, we've got ESPN coming with a direct-to-consumer product toward the end of this year and the end of this fiscal year. And obviously, when we do that, we'll put out a great bundle for the consumer, which will enable the consumer to buy all three and have a seamless experience between Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN.
Right, as well. Listen, there's been plenty of other news, not necessarily related to Disney. Yesterday, though, Warner Brothers Discovery announcing it will split its company. It's not long ago, of course, Comcast also splitting off its cable networks, including our own, into a new company called Versant. You and I sat down almost 2 years ago now in Sun Valley, where you'd indicated certainly you were looking closely at the possibility of divesting some of what you called non-core, but were some of your cable networks. You chose not to, Bob. It's a different direction than Warner Brothers has gone in or Comcast has gone in, and I'm curious as to why.
Well, you're right, David. 2 years ago, soon after I returned to Disney, I put everything on the table and asked the team to evaluate, one, whether we should buy Hulu or whether we should sell Hulu, whether we should sell our linear television networks or whether we should hold on to them. And after a pretty lengthy process internally and really taking a long look at what these properties could mean to us long term, we decided that the best course for us to take was to not only hold on to Hulu and buy it in its entirety, but also to hold on to the linear television networks and to integrate them seamlessly with our streaming business. Because what that has enabled us to do is, one, aggregate revenue, both on the sub fee side and on the advertising side. There is still enough linear television subscribers to generate a significant amount of revenue in both cases, in advertising and in subscription fees. We program them seamlessly. We manage them in one organization, and so there's been great economies of scale in doing that. We also aggregate audiences for marketing purposes. And so what we've determined is the combination of both is actually a winning combination for us. It's one of the things that's enabled us to turn the streaming business around from a huge loss to profitability. And over the next several years, it will enable us to grow margins significantly on the streaming side because, again, the ability to amortize program costs and the ability to essentially aggregate audiences and revenue. So we're pleased with the direction we're going. Look, it's also interesting to us that as many others exit that business, I think it gives us a stronger hand to stay in that business. We're very focused. We will have, interestingly enough, a linear television business that's paired with a streaming business. So when you think about it, these spin-off companies won't have the assets from a streaming perspective that we will have.
No,
again,
well, that's right. But they're separating out. Yeah, they're separating out to get a higher multiple, perhaps, on what they call now the growth part of their business. I mean, one differentiator between you and Warner Brothers, though, is you have ABC. You do have a network. Interestingly, Comcast chose not to include NBC with Versant. I wonder, because at the time you were referring to our conversation a couple of years back, it seemed that even ABC you were considering, potentially saying so long to. Is there a lot more value in a broadcast network, perhaps, that you'd perceived previously?
Well, I think there's a lot more value in a broadcast network, again, if it's paired very, very seamlessly with a streaming business. And when you think about our core networks, obviously ESPN is a big one. That will be connected, obviously, fully with ESPN's digital offering. Disney Channel is connected seamlessly with Disney Plus. FX and ABC have fed Hulu programming very effectively. And now when you think about all four, and we also have Nat Geo, which does the same with Disney Plus, when you think about those 5 networks and how they're programmed across linear and streaming, you've got a business that actually provides us an opportunity to not only grow, but to grow margins in the process as well. So again, we like the direction we're going. We like the fact that we're one of the few that is doing this, because I think it sets us up to be even more competitive in a marketplace that's becoming even more fragmented.
The future of performance management is visual.
All right.
Today, Bitcoin returns to the $107,000 level to start the week.
Let's see. There was a clip about interest rates. All right, expected inflation points to really start to accelerate after this month. All right, this is UBS talking about.
Now Evan Brown, portfolio manager, head of multi-asset strategy at UBS Asset Management. Thanks for joining us. You're all set. We've been waiting and waiting for that scary inflation print from the tariffs. We're not going to get it this week, you don't think, but this is the last one that lulls us in. Are we in a false sense of security?
Well, we should enjoy this print while we can, because yes, you're going to start seeing after this month the inflation prints really start to accelerate. But core CPI had dipped finally from above 3% into the high 2s. We're going right back up above 3% because of the tariffs. But we shouldn't get too concerned. I think what the Fed is mostly focused on is inflation expectations. And actually, we got the New York Fed's inflation survey yesterday, and that actually showed inflation expectations moderating. So hopefully that continues, and they can see this inflation jump as more of a one-off.
So all the companies that are saying we're not going to raise prices, they're somehow doing something. They're surreptitiously raising prices, at least to where we get back to a core of 3%.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be a mix. Some will be absorbing some of the higher taxes in their margins. There'll be some pass through to the consumer.
We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah,
they're not. And the S&P is up 21%.
That's right. That's
the worst case scenario, but so it's just been put off. There's a negative scenario on the horizon, in your view.
I think I would just say, yeah, there are challenges that U.S. corporations are going to have. The commentary that we've seen so far from these companies in earnings is that they have the levers to pull. They can adjust supply chains. They're able to adapt, but without question, they're going to be pushing forward a lot of these price increases to the consumer.
When does that show up?
So that'll be tomorrow will be the last print before we really get that. It's really once we get into July, and that's the June data.
You're sure?
It's going to start happening.
You know,
I'm confident that
take your word.
Inflation
and we're not going to grow very much. It's going to be 1% GDP growth, which that won't help the dollar, right?
Yeah. So I mean, look, we've enjoyed really strong GDP growth over the last couple of years, growing at almost 3%, 2023, 2024. And we're just coming off, we've had that big fiscal impulse, right, which was unsustainable. We had the big immigration impulse, which was unsustainable, certainly politically. And now we're just coming back down. And so we're just going to see more of a muddle through in growth here in the U.S., which is not going to look that different GDP growth than some of our peers, Europe and Japan. And with the dollar still kind of overvalued, we do see room for the dollar to come down as U.S. growth normalizes a bit.
Does the market recognize that, what you're saying?
Likes the market after all this, and thinks that companies are going to do better.
Well, the dollar coming down is a big tailwind for U.S. earnings.
The market
when you
continues
translate it back.
to go up.
Yeah, so it's a muddle through environment, but muddle through environments haven't been so bad for the stock market. And in fact, you could argue if we were overheating right now with all the focus there is on the bond market, if you got some kind of yield spike, that wouldn't be a good thing, right? So you get okay growth, you get a dollar weaker, which is going to help company earnings, and I think we grind higher here.
But you think it's not clear sailing. The second half of the year, we get a growth scare, but when it's all said and done, we're still higher at the end of the year on the average.
That's the thinking. I mean, we know that the hard data, the real activity data, the labor market is going to cool, right? That's all signs are pointing into that. It's just a matter of how fast. Our base case is that, it's a gentle cooling, but you might get some data prints here and there. Maybe you get a payrolls print that looks kind of close to zero and the market's going to react to that. We could have a little bit of a correction, but all things said and done, we think we avoid recession and the markets can end higher at the end of the year.
Even like silver, too. We were talking about silver earlier.
So do some other people instead of
But it's so
highest level since February 2012.
But to me, 36 looks high. But you're saying relative to where gold is, it's at a very low point.
Exactly. Yeah. So the gold to silver ratio is near record highs, and so there's plenty of room for silver to catch up here. You still have a tight market. There are deficits in silver, and I just think in metals, risk appetite is broadening out, and so that's a nice catch-up trade there.
We had a guest earlier who said he expects commodities broadly, but specifically the metals too, to really run. That's your take on it as well?
Yeah, we're starting to see oil look a little perkier, copper beginning to break out. And by the way, these are things that you don't see ahead of a recession, right? So those signals give us confidence that the economy as a whole is going to be okay.
What is power? Maybe the better question is.
All right, I want to talk about the ETF BITO, which is longing Bitcoin. Now, that ETF is trading at 2188. And if we take a look at our resistance levels, the next resistance level is 2250. And we have a support level at 2148 and another support level at 20. So again, it's trading at 2187. And we have a resistance level at 2250 and a support level at 2148. Now, BITO has been trading at, just below 110 and then comes back down. Last night it was trading at 110 and came back down. So right now, Bitcoin is trading at 1089. So until we get a more consistent above 110 reading on Bitcoin, BITO will be in this trading range here and not break out of the 2250 resistance level. So there's a little bit of an update on that. So let's go back to Bloomberg here.
It's a brutal job, right? It's like checking in with my 7-year-old like every 10 minutes is brutal. But I think that it's a real recognition that we really don't know the direction. It's very, very hard to gauge the size and the scale and the impact of what the tariffs are going to be, nor any of the tax policy that we have coming out. And so I think you're just really better served sitting very still in higher quality companies and trying to ride this out.
What is higher quality right now? Like, how would you define that?
For me, the highest quality businesses are going to be those that have very low levels of debt. That's absolutely critical when I think that, if you have a view that the long-term picture for interest rates is probably not going down materially in the near term, then I think it's really important that you have very, very pristine balance sheets. You need to have good levels of cash flow for businesses that are able to invest when things clarify. And then I think the most important thing is that you have a lot of durability to the earnings. I think I want to have a lot of clarity that regardless of what's happening in the tariff environment and the fiscal environment, that these companies are going to continue to do business. People are still going to want their services. They're protected from a competitive standpoint, because I think these are the types of businesses. They're not typically your flashiest, sexiest businesses, but they are typically the ones that are with you for the next 10 years with very consistent earnings trajectories.
Julie, do any sectors or maybe even factors screen well for you guys right now in this time of uncertainty?
I think that it's less about sectors, right? I think it's much more about within each sectors you can find good quality companies, right? So even within consumer discretionary, which for most long-term investors is a tougher place to play, you can find companies like an Ollie's Bargain Outlets, right? That's providing a lot of value for their customers and has more protections around it than your average retailer. If I think about tech, even in the space of tech, most of it is software is usually the place that I think has the greatest quality. But within software, you have to be very selective because typically the valuation is higher. So your margin of error is a little bit sharper and you have to be a little bit more careful.
There's a couple fun pieces out about how, say, PIMCO versus BNP are looking when it comes to the bond market, like the belly or the front versus the long end and stuff. How do you look at treasuries as a hedge at this point?
I think right now it doesn't make a ton of sense to me to be taking a ton of duration. I think you're not necessarily really getting paid for the level of uncertainty that you're taking on. You're getting a pretty nice, rich yield right now early on. And I think that is probably a better place to be. Even as an equity investor, I look at some of the yields people are getting on shorter duration fixed income, and it's sort of like, ooh, I got to be competitive. Like I really have to sharpen my pencil to deliver.
Is cash a bad place to be these days?
It's like I always think as a PM, I'm not really paid to hold cash.
Yep.
And I think that it's really hard to be able to predict when exactly the market is going to move in a certain direction. So, I typically have 3% cash in case I absolutely fall in love with a company and I want to be able to pull the trigger on it quickly. But typically, I really recommend being fully invested.
Yeah.
It's difficult, right? In markets like this, you kind of want to have the sensation of, oh, I want to be ready in case there's a pullback. But when you look at your attribution, you see that even having a 5, 6, 7, 10% cash weight when the market is solid is a huge drag on your performance, right? I think you're better served to stay invested in things that, are higher quality like a treasury than just being in straight cash.
Right. Julie, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Julie Beal, Chief Market Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Kane Anderson Rudnick, joining us via Zoom from Santa Monica, California. So some good stuff out there. Ira Jersey checks in with us. I'm not sure why we're talking to Ira Jersey. He's a U.S. interest rate strategist, Bloomberg Intelligence.
Okay, auction, dude.
Oh, man, we're not going to go there. But everybody on Wall Street wants to hear what Ira Jersey's saying. So,
it's a 3-year.
I think I could do Ira's job here. We're kind of range bound. 10-year Treasury, I don't know, 4.25%, 4 to 3/4. Ira, it feels like your market, it's kind of range bound, which suggests maybe there's really not any conviction one way or the other. Is that what you're hearing out there?
Yeah, so it's funny. There's this push and pull of some people who think, oh, the economy is going to weaken significantly and there's going to actually be decent demand for treasuries, versus another group that says, oh, the fact that we're going to have higher deficits and continued with this fiscal largesse in the U.S., and that might push rates higher. You're seeing this push and pull between those two camps. That being said, the Federal Reserve also being on hold, maybe all of this year, according to the way the market's priced right now, does suggest that we just kind of hover around here, at least for the time being, unless there's a significant turn in the economy. And Friday's jobs data just, doubly proves that the job market is slowed, but doesn't seem to be slowing further. So therefore, in a steady state world with the Fed on hold and the economy fine but not great, the rates don't have to do much of anything really.
Okay, so we got the 3-year today, 10-year tomorrow, 30-year on Thursday. I feel like I don't quite remember a time when the 30-year was this talked about this far before the actual auction. How do you think things are going to go over the next few days?
Yeah, so the 3-year today will be maybe, from a foreign demand standpoint, maybe the most interesting actually, because remember the real angst back in April was as to what were foreigners going to be buying, were they selling? You saw a lot of volatility overnight in the Treasury market. So that's one reason why there was a lot of fear that a lot of pension funds and private investors would stop buying the 30-year. But central banks and other policymakers, right, both fiscal agents as well as monetary policymakers globally, own treasuries in order to conduct their monetary and currency policy. So demand for the 3-year will be probably the key as to if the trade war and all of this other angst is really affecting the decision making of those policymakers. The 30-year is mostly interesting because it's the most risk that we have out there on the curve, on the yield curve, because a little tiny movement in the yield of that moves a lot in price, right? And that's the what we call duration, the price yield relationship. So when we wind up with so much debt coming out on the same day, it has to be, you have to watch it. Last month's auction though went pretty well, so I don't see why this auction won't go okay as well on Thursday. So I'm really focused on 1 o'clock today right now.
How does who sells the government debt? Is that the Fed?
The
Treasury?
The Treasury
How does the
Department.
Treasury decide which maturities to sell and when? How does that work?
Yeah, so every quarter they come out with what's called the quarterly refunding announcement. We had one about a month ago, and then we have another one in late July, early August. And when they decide, based largely on where demand is, right?
Okay.
So one of the reasons why they're issuing a lot of Treasury bills right now, there's around $6 trillion of Treasury bills outstanding, is because there's a lot of interest in short-end paper from things like money market mutual funds, which have $7 trillion in assets. So when you wind up having this supply-demand relationships as in favor of demand for those securities, the Treasury Department then comes out and says, oh, we'll issue more of those securities that are in demand. And you've seen that over time. It's usually pretty incremental. They don't just change things on a dime, but they do make incremental shifts based on who's buying what and where.
Wait a second. Is Paul going to start to buy into Treasury refunding announcements? Because this would be a thing. And then pretty soon he's going to start talking about debt ceiling impact and issuance, and then he'll start talking about auctions. I think we've corrupted him slowly.
Cover ratio.
He's going to get into it.
Remember that?
Ira, I think we're starting to move him. This is huge. Hey, Ira, thanks a lot. Super appreciate you always. Ira Jersey of Bloomberg Intel.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer so you can help support the work that I do. This is all free. All of this, all these videos are for free. Please go to my store and purchase the supplements. So let's talk about a stack that's going to help with your brain function and your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. This will help to boost up your immune system, and magnesium is very important for brain function. In addition, magnesium increases the efficacy of D3. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, help with your immune system, and the magnesium will help with the brain function. So it's a dual purpose product. Stack them together to boost up that immune system, help with your skin, and help with your brain function and increase the efficacy of D3. You can also get magnesium from my store in the Boomer Boost powder. All right, with that, let's go back to what's going on live now here.
New York City has an affordability crisis, but we will rise. The minimum wage will rise.
They're on break also. I'm not voting for Cuomo at all. That's no way am I voting for Cuomo. All right, let's listen to consumer spending contracted for the first time in over a year, says B of A.
The Bank of America Institute has released the consumer checkpoint for the month of June. Debit and credit card spending increased by 0.8% year over year. That's down from the growth from the previous month where it was up by 1%. Joining us right now to break it all down is Liz Everett-Chrisberg. She's the head of Bank of America Institute. Liz, what is this telling us?
Well, I think the headline number was up, but really what I was paying attention to in the data this month is the seasonally adjusted SAR number, which was down 0.9. That's the first time we've seen consumer spending actually contract in over a year. So there is a bit of a change here. Now, when we dig into the details and I look at the composition of that spending, and when I also look at wage growth, which actually accelerated again, I'm a little less concerned. but that, you know, that pullback in spending was driven by a couple of factors.
Well, but before we do, I mean, this has been a long time coming. People keep saying, oh, the recession is coming, the recession is coming, the recession is coming. Your data has said, no, we don't see any sign of it.
We have been saying, well, what we've seen in the data is that spending continued to accelerate. But this month, for the first time, we saw it pull back. Again, looking at it on a seasonally adjusted SAR basis. But again, going into what was driving that, I think there were a couple of factors. One, gas prices were down. Gas spending was down 1%. That's because of prices.
Okay.
Two, weather was kind of like it is in New York today, unseasonably cold, you know, rainy. But I think the most important thing that we saw that drove this was a payback to the tariff buy-ahead. So in March, in April, you saw consumers loading up on durables, on autos, on electronics in anticipation of tariffs. And electronics, specifically, in March, they were up 4%. In April, they were up almost double that, 8%. In May, they pulled back. They were down a little over 1%. So I think you're seeing a little bit of that payback. But again, the other offset that I think about is what's going on in the wages, right? So there's a couple seasonal factors there, but wage growth accelerated again. And we had seen wage growth slowing. Lower income wages went up from 1.5 to 1.9. And that wage growth, that after-tax wage growth, is really what drives the consumer.
And this is based on the direct deposits that you have coming into your account.
Exactly.
This
So
is
this
kind of like
is
the ADP data, but you're seeing it directly into the
we're
accounts.
seeing the after-tax amount coming into households' accounts. And we're also looking at it kind of on the full household level. So the money you're getting from your standard kind of corporate traditional job, but also if you're supplementing it with gig work or whatnot, you're looking at the whole picture. And what we're seeing there is households' wage growth is accelerating again, which again lets me feel a little bit more comfortable.
Okay, so
with this pullback.
a little bit of a pullback, but you're basically saying don't worry about it.
I'm not worried yet. I'm not worried yet. And again, the biggest factor in my mind is what's going on with wages. So one of the other things I think is interesting when we look at the wages is there's been a disconnect between wage growth and spending between the generations. So younger generations' wage growth are accelerating faster than older generations, but older generations are spending more. And one of the things that helps explain that, we think, is we looked at the data for younger generations, and we're seeing more millennials and more Gen Z consumers use alternative payment methods. So BNPL in particular is starting to accelerate again after that growth has really been declining.
BNPL, what's that?
Buy now, pay later.
Oh, okay.
So what we can see in our data is not, we don't have a buy now, pay later product, but we can see if you've put that on your card and you're making a payment to a BNPL company.
Meaning that they're feeling a little more stressed and not willing to.
Well, maybe they're feeling more stressed, or maybe they're just taking advantage of the longer term to pay it out, right? And we now have 10% of younger consumers, of millennials and Gen Zs, who have used BNPL. It's a lot higher than older consumers, only 5% of Gen X and even lower of older consumers. But this could be, potentially, you could be worried that people are putting things on BNPL because they can't afford it. But when you look at the full picture of the data that we're seeing, we're not seeing those younger consumers who are using BNPL have higher utilization or spending more on
they're
their,
just being smart,
so we think
taking advantage
I think
of
they're just
the-
taking advantage of it.
That makes
I think they're
sense.
just taking advantage of it.
Anything else that jumps out at you?
I mean, the only other thing I would talk about is in terms of the composition of spending, we did see services spending continue to drive, saw a big uptick in restaurant spending. And for the first time really this year, we didn't see an uptick in airline spending, but we did see that recover a little bit. So that services seems to be coming back.
Bathfitter knows what you're looking for. The perfect style for your bath remodel with the look of tile you want. New textures, shapes, and styles. Time to set a date. It just fits.
U.S. quality stocks are the worst performers within the U.S. equity market and for the global market. Quality is on sale. The U.S. is on sale.
And Citigroup set to put aside hundreds of millions of dollars more than it did last quarter to account for potential losses on loans and credit cards, a sign of likely worsening consumer health. And shares of Citigroup down just about 0.5%. Oh, here's one for you. Human line judges are going to be absent from Wimbledon this year. Instead, they're going to have cameras. 12 cameras will stand courtside to call whether the ball lands in or out. The Grand Slam Championship opens June 30th.
Technology is awesome.
fully adopt electronic line calling courtesy of Sony's Hawkeye Innovations. There's also apparently a shortage of line judges since sports, even tennis, you can bet on it now online. They say it's getting increasingly difficult to do because they're getting all sorts of threats.
Really?
Even death threats.
And you know where the betting is? It's not in the big matches. It's on the second and third tier circuits where there's less. That's where the big betting is in tennis.
I believe it. 100%. Yeah.
So,
but that's where you get the upsets, right? Like the beginning of the upsets and all that.
So there you go. We check the markets for you all day long.
Yeah, you
right
do.
here on Bloomberg. I'm Johnson. That's your Bloomberg business.
He did a little dance. That's why I said that. You have your tickets yet?
Yes.
You did? Okay,
Yeah, for
nice.
first Tuesday, U.S. Open. Boom.
Boom.
Arthur S. Stadium. John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Also on your smart TV. Search Bloomberg Originals. Janet Lauren, higher education finance reporter, Harvard reporter, joins us in Interactive Studio today, but we're not going to talk about Harvard and the fight it's having with the U.S. government. This time we're going to go down to Austin, Texas, University of Texas, cashing in on AI, crypto, and power. Janet, how is the University of Texas system based on Austin? How are they benefiting from AI, crypto, and power?
Well, thanks for having me on. So I actually went to Midland, Texas for this story.
That is landman country.
Oh,
people.
yeah.
That is the patch.
Have you watched the show?
Oh, yeah. Have I
That's
watched
where
the
he's
show?
learned everything he knows about oil.
So the University of Texas system has land 2.1 million acres in the Permian Basin that the state of Texas set aside for higher education in the 1800s when the land was supposed to be worthless. But then something happened in 1923, struck oil, and for the first 100 years, the University of Texas grew its endowment with oil and gas. And now in the next century, they're looking for revenue from above the surface. They've started with a few wind and solar facilities. They have a crypto mining center, and they're looking to expand to, augment their revenue from surface ventures.
So that's so fascinating to me. How quickly are they diversifying? Like, how quickly is the money moving? And I wonder what policy in DC is also sort of filtering down into what the university invests in.
Well, the university actually isn't really investing in anything. They are the landholder. So they're signing lots of leases.
Sure, but they're like choosing to then maybe sign it for one part of energy and not another, one might say.
Well, they're looking to find new revenue sources. They've had a few wind and solar facilities on the land, and they just signed a preliminary agreement to lease about 200,000 acres or 10% of their land to a company called Apex Clean Energy for wind and solar. And their customers include companies like Meta and the Army and eBay. And right now these are, these things take years and years and years to build. The wind and solar facilities I saw that are up and running for a couple of years, those deals were initially signed several years ago, but it just takes time. And there's new transmission lines that were just approved in Texas, in 3 of them at $10 billion to move power into the Permian. So these wind and solar are producing them, and then these lines will be able to take them.
It's Texas is such an interesting place in the world for many reasons. One of which is when I think of Texas, I think of big oil, the oil rigs and cowboys and all that kind of great stuff. But it's also like one of the biggest renewables places.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of wind and they got a lot of sun and they got a lot of land. So how does Texas kind of balance those two things?
Well, they need an all-in approach.
Okay.
And the University of Texas has, really grown its endowment. It's, $48 billion, coming close to Harvard.
Yeah.
And I did a story a couple of years ago about their record year in oil. A few years ago, they got over $2 billion in oil and gas revenue.
That's amazing.
And it's just cash into the endowment.
Can other universities replicate the monetization of their land in a similar way? Like what other universities have this kind of option?
Everybody in Texas knows never sell your mineral rights, but you can't really come close to this. I mean, Rice in Texas, they also have revenue coming from oil, from land, but nothing even comes close to this. University of Oklahoma, I did a story several years ago about, people gift them land, they keep the mineral rights. With fracking, they got, huge increases over time. But, you just can't compare anything to 2 million acres in the Permian Basin. So they are one of the largest, landholders in Texas.
Still, you have a great chart in here that just kind of shows the growth of revenue from their oil and gas business, which is still the vast majority of it. But this surface piece sounds like it can be totally incremental.
Yes. And, the head of University Lands, which is the unit of the University of Texas system that runs it, initially he's saying we're kind of looking for a couple of singles here and there, test the waters. And now they're looking for bigger projects where they can have wind and solar power generation, on larger swaths of land to generate more money. Now, keep in mind, under these projects, the wind turbines that I saw, they have oil underneath. And, that business is also working. So it's all concurrent.
All right, I have to ask this question. Alice can answer it for me. There's a picture here, an operator flaring excess natural gas at a well at UT managed land in Ph.D, Texas. So there's gas escaping from the well and they just kind of let it on fire so it doesn't go into the atmosphere.
In theory, they want to capture it economically, because if you capture it, you can then use it. And also with any sort of environmental restrictions, you got to capture it, but those restrictions are changing, let's say.
It's not just that. It's also that you have to burn it off because it can blow up.
That's where you got.
It's the same reason why there's methane gas that starts to accumulate in the waste dumps that we have in the United States. They have to burn off the methane.
And we described in the story a couple of buildings, $50 million for Texas A&M's new business school, tens of millions of dollars for new hospital facilities. They run a bunch of medical schools, different types of technology within those medical schools and those health systems. I forget the number of schools between the two systems, but it's something like 20 plus, MD Anderson Cancer Center. So they build buildings.
They build stuff. We had John Mowry on, his CIO of NFJ, which is based in Dallas, a money manager. And he was just saying the growth of Dallas, it's always been a growth mode. But man, the last 10 years has just been extraordinary. And for so many reasons, pandemic being probably one of them, but it's just amazing what's happening down in the state of Texas.
Well, and huge numbers of people are moving there. I think it's something like 1,300 people a day in the UT. And
I think there's a shift in population and in power, political power. I think there's a centroid shift towards the southern west part of the United States.
Today, the S&P 500 is up about 18 points. The Dow's at 52 points, and the Nasdaq's up.
Okay, so they're on break here. Okay, so oil is trading at 65.96. I closed my long position. Still have my short position on right now. And I have a long position in natural gas. Natural gas is trading at 3.555. All right. What I want to talk about is TYD. TYD is an ETF that is the belly of the curve. And that's trading at, right now, the belly of the curve, I mean the 7 to the 10-year Treasury. And that's trading at 24.22. 24.22. It's based on the price, not the yield. So it's the price of the bond. All right, or bonds, I should say. It's a 7 to 10-year Treasuries. So it's trading at 24.22. So we have a support level at 23.96, and the nearest resistance level is 25.02. The next resistance level would be 25.87. All right, and how that works is that if the 7 to 10 year belly of the curve bonds start to go up in price, then this ETF will go up. Now, typically, what happens is bonds will go up, and the equities will go down. So if we think that the equities will continue to go up, which in the near term, I think that is the case, then we should see that BYD actually to go down. And remember, there's a support level at 23.96. Now there is this inverse correlation between equity price and bond price, but there's also bond demand. So depending on what's happening in the bond market throughout this week, if auctions are decent, then bond yields will be low and prices will be up, and there might be a little bit of an uptick in TYD, where the price would actually slightly go up. But if the bond auctions are poor this week, then BYD will go down. So that's how you'd play that one. All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Goodnight Formula. Goodnight Formula will help to get you into the cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep that you need to help to consolidate memory. Now, some research say that you need minimum of 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep. Others say that you need 5. Depends on the researcher. All right. I actually met one of the researchers at University of Columbia dealing with sleep patterns and the importance of deep sleep and REM sleep. So Goodnight Formula is a supplement that has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. By taking this every day, you're going to get into those cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to be able to consolidate memory, to be well rested, and to detoxify your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this every night to help have more energy, detoxify your body, detoxify your central nervous system, and to consolidate memory. It's really important to start paying attention to brain health, especially through the aftershock of 2020. But not just that, we are bombarded by chemicals and nanoplastics and microplastics and pesticides and food and all we're bombarded by things that are really bad for our body. All right. And it does affect our mental acuity, our mental functions. So start paying attention to brain health. Very important. Very, very important. These next 10 years, you're going to see a lot of people having brain problems, brain health, brain function. It can manifest in many different ways. Could be mental acuity. It could be, memory, the speed of speech. It can be kinematics, where are you controlling your movements? How well you walk or gait. It can manifest in many different ways. So just start paying attention to people around you and your own body to see if you're starting to see some sort of cognitive decline or movement issue. And that's the reason why it's so important to detoxify your body and eat properly. Make sure you drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, do proper diet and exercise. The 4 modalities of exercise are resistance training, stretching, balancing, and cardio. Those are all very important for your overall health of your body, but also for your brain. And people would say, why cardio for your brain? You need better blood flow to your neurons. All right. Why resistance training? That's just for muscles. No, actually, it actually helps activate the nerves that actually are connected to your muscle. Well, why stretching? It activates different types of nerves. Well, why balancing? It's really important because it activates your neural network for your cerebellum. So doing all 4 modalities is super important. And proper sleep and training your mind with new things, learn new things, and stay away from these blue screen overuse of cell phones and overuse of mobile devices, because it actually will dumb you down. If you're going to read, don't read on an iPad or on your cell phone or even on a computer. Read a book, like a real book. You remember what those look like, right? So cover to cover. What people are noticing, even the educated, they're having an inability to be able to read from cover to cover. They lose interest. They lose concentration. And these are one of the signs of neural decline. So pay attention. You have to approach this in a holistic way and also taking the proper supplementation that will help to protect your neurons. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
End up being non-experts in the vaccine world, then you start worrying.
So, Sam, as you talk to institutional...
Because of the whole censorship with YouTube, I do not want to talk about Moderna. Hell no. All right, let's go to CNN here.
We are standing by for another day of protests in Los Angeles against ICE enforcement raids that have been playing out there as President Trump is escalating his feud with California's leaders even more by sending in more military. 700 Marines now called up, activated. Thousands more National Guardsmen have been activated as well. This morning, the president is also taking to social media for the first time today to talk about it, defending his decision, saying that LA would be burning to the ground if he did not send in the National Guard. Joining us right now, CNN senior political commentator Ana Navarro and Christine Quinn, the executive committee chair of the New York State Democratic Committee. There are real policy issues that are at the center of this, and there is a whole lot of politics that is playing out. Look no further than the president very clearly wanting credit for what he has done. To read it further, his social media this morning, if I didn't send in troops to Los Angeles the last 3 nights, that once beautiful and great city would be burning to the ground right now. And to add a little bit more to this, wanting credit, a spokesperson for DHS was just on with John Berman and said this. I'll read it to you. She says, I think that things have calmed slightly overnight, John, because of the leadership of President Trump. That's real leadership, to actually put more resources on the ground to make sure that things don't spiral further out of control and no lives are lost. Why does credit matter here so much? Does it?
Well, if it's Donald Trump, does credit matter? Is that really a question? He always wants credit.
Wait a minute. Whenever there's something wrong, they always blame him. But if something starts to go in the right direction, they don't want to give him credit. Because CIA, always wants to blame Trump for everything. This is the reason why CNN has turned into such a shithole network. It used to be a premier network back in the good old days, all right? Like the 80s and the early 90s. But I'll tell you, once around, I would say the end of Bill Clinton's era as president, that's when it started really falling apart. And it became nothing but a political hack network.
But also, look, I think that when dealing with Donald Trump, you've got to always remember 2 things. One, he is the distractor in chief. And while we are talking about this, we are not seeing the very compelling, heartbreaking stories of immigrant children being zip-tied like hogs. We're not seeing them.
Are they illegal? Did their parents bring them here illegally? Why do they think that they should be coming here illegally and that they should get these social benefits? If you're under, some sort of, special visa because of a war-torn, disastered country, or, there's famine or anything like that, that's not what's happening. They're coming here for a better economic future. All right. Well, go through that process in a legal way. But what they really want is to get in here illegally and then get amnesty. And the Democratic states that are losing population, like New York, they need this. They need to bring on illegal immigrants into the New York City system for education so they can count more heads so they can get more money, even though they're illegal. And eventually they stay in the state. And if you give them amnesty, then they'll eventually be legal citizens that could vote. and they'll vote for the Democratic Party. Now, the Democratic Party in New York is really scared that they're going to lose seats because it's based on population for the House of Representatives. So New York has to bring these people in. And they're looking at the long-term trajectory that if you just flood the system, which they have, eventually you'll just give them amnesty and you'll have loyal Democrat voters and you'll maintain power in the House of Representatives. You'll maintain the number of seats. This is what it's about. That's the real skinny of what's going on here.
Mothers and fathers that are being torn away from families.
Yeah, maybe they shouldn't come here illegally. Really, why do you assume that coming here illegally gives you, quote, the right to just stay? You can ask for asylum in an official capacity. But no, they're gaming the system. They're gaming the system. They know they're playing the system. And it's literally bankrupting certain municipalities.
We are not seeing the things that are breaking America's hearts when they see those stories. We're not talking about the
Tough shit. If they're here illegally, they should get out.
Beautiful bill that's going to leave 11 million people without health care. We're not talking about the disaster between Ukraine and Russia. We're not talking about.
I thought they were trying to get rid of people that are on the dole and stopping the fraud that's going on with Medicare and Medicaid.
Yo Mama is so ugly contest between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Instead, we are focused on this one-way escalation manufactured crisis, this wag the dog situation that Donald Trump has created in LA. So he's always a distractor and he's always a TV producer. And here he's doing both things, producing a crisis to distract him.
How did he produce this crisis? How? ICE went in to take illegals into their custody. And you had a population, some of them legal and many of them illegal, that were actually rioting against ICE. How did he manufacture this? No. Soros helped manufacture this. Other groups that are left-wing helped manufacture this. Who put the bricks just on pallets in places that were convenient to be able to break windows and throw bricks at cars? Who did that? Do you think that Trump did that? Or do you think organizations that are left-wing did that? It wasn't a manufactured event from the side of Trump. What it was is escalation on people that are doing illegal things.
From the very real things that are happening in America.
Say that those elements are absolutely at play. Also at play, though, this is just like chapter, I don't know what, between Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump. And Gavin Newsom seeming ready for that fight and ready to do interviews.
No. I think her name's Katie. But if what Katie's saying here, it's the reason why the United States is in this position where the federal government has to come in and intervene is because California has turned into a shithole because it's been run by a bunch of crazy liberals.
And to get out there almost as if both seem to see political benefit in taking the stance that they are taking. Do you think that Gavin Newsom and Donald Trump, which one benefits from this very real problem that needs to be dealt with? But clearly there's so much politics wrapped up in this.
At the end of the day, I honestly don't know if either of them benefit from this, because Americans don't like to turn on the TV and seeing major leaders fighting with each other. Right. Although that's all we seem to see with President Trump, it doesn't give people confidence. People understand there's protests. People understand that there are deep and appropriate emotions in response to these horrible ICE raids, but they want to know that things are under control. And having the president threaten to arrest a...
Are they impeding on the activities and operation of ICE to round up illegals? Now, you got to remember, illegals have broken the law, all right? And a lot of the ones that they're rounding up are parts of gangs and it could be even classified as terrorists. But the bottom line is this: they're here illegally. What gives them the right to stay? Oh, we don't like Trump. That's not the reason. What gives them the right to stay if they're here illegally? Oh, they're being processed. They're being processed for asylum. Really? But what about them and their theft and their gang activity? Oh, we don't want to talk about that.
Sitting duly elected governor, you have to respond if you're Gavin Newsom. That has just gone too far. And also, let's not forget that calling out the National Guard without the request of a governor, without there being extreme situations, which LA does not rise to as defined in the Constitution, is unconstitutional. And that's getting lost in this. And the president himself, 5 years ago, said he couldn't call out the National Guard unless he had a gubernatorial request. And now, as Anna said, he doesn't want us talking about all the terrible things that are going to happen to Medicaid and poor people and sick people, and he wants us to focus on how he saved Los Angeles. Look, there are serious protests, and people are acting, a few numbered, in a violent way, and that is unacceptable. But Los Angeles writ large is not burning to the ground, exactly. And Americans need to know that.
That is 100% accurate, what you're saying right there. And it is also just pretty wild, because you see this, the social media tweet, you hear what the DHS spokesperson said, and then you also have a Republican-leaning member of the county government in LA saying, like, LAPD's got it under control, like literally just said it. And the chief of police also saying that having the National Guard coming in, having more federal troops coming in, that is cause for confusion. It risks confusion on the ground. It's not like they're being really quiet about, we've got this.
This is why the fact that he's now got this cabinet of unqualified, inexperienced sycophants, right? Instead of having a Mattis like he had in the first term.
Wait a minute here. You had an incompetent president called President Biden that literally has dementia. Possibly even was being treated for cancer while he was president. I highly suspect that was the case. All right. And you had a small cabal of people that no one really knows that were doing auto pens and running the administration. And they were unelected officials. Keep that in mind. And that led us into a war in Ukraine. That led us to having bad trade deals with China. That led to the high inflation that we're still reeling from, and the issue that we have with Iran. Let's just keep that in mind. This is CNN.
General Mattis, in charge of DOD, he's got Hegseth. Instead of having John Kelly in charge of DHS, he's got Kristi Noem. And so these people, these sycophants that he has put there for no other reason than they are loyal to him and they say yes to any harebrained idea that crosses his mind, are doing what he wants, are actually putting into effect these things. Whereas before there were adults in the cabinet who would have stopped him and said, no, it's crazy to send ICE agents to the vicinities of schools to scare school children. It's crazy to send Marines to protest where there's a couple of dozen protesters and that are getting smaller by the day.
Right.
But this time, you know, yes, sir. Tell me how many? 700? Okay, you want more now? Let's send more.
But even who's going to be where is the adult going to be and how this is actually going to, the temperature is going to come down? I think organically it seems that it may be, let's hope today that temperature is coming down, but it's not clear. Right. It does seem that people are, a lot of the electeds are happy to get their say in
and the
on this.
LAPD was doing a very good job last night. They were breaking the protesters into smaller groups. It was, you know, winnowing down, and they're trained for that. The Marines are not trained to deal with protest distribution. It's not their job.
They are great at what they do.
Right.
Let's see if it doesn't need to be all be combined into
Well, I
one.
guess at least those Marines are not going to be at the parade celebrating his birthday on Saturday.
We'll get into that. We've got plenty of days to discuss the parade coming up. Thank you, guys.
It's not it is his birthday, but the thing is it's Flag Day. It happens to be the same day. So, and they, you know, of course the liberals have a freak out, you know, on that. It's amazing. Let's go back to CNN.
Now joined by Hugo Soto Martinez, a council member here in Los Angeles. Thank you so much for being here with us, Mr. Martinez. Just first off, do you think the protesters, the small group of protesters who ended up vandalizing and destroying property, are helping the cause?
Wait a minute, small band of protesters? Did you see on how many cars were actually burned down? This is the Waymo cars. Did you see the destruction? Now, could it have been worse? Yeah, it could have been worse. But the reason why Trump is coming in with force is because this may be the preamble to a summer of destruction that's very similar to the BLM movement that we went through a few years ago. And he wants to squash it before it metastasizes across the country. Now, there's been some issues, minor, but some issues starting to pop up in New York. There's some issues with this that are popping up in Texas. So this is not just an LA thing. Now, hopefully, we don't have the summer of burning down the town like we did a few years ago. But this could metastasize. This could metastasize unless you forcefully put it down. And Gavin Newsom and the Democratic Party want this to happen. They want it to fester. Because what that will do is that will cause havoc for months across the country. And then it will be just a means for them to run on for the midterm elections next year, saying, you know, that the Republican Party is out of control. They're dictatorial. They're the Gestapo. Really? Really? Democrats didn't want slavery to end. Fact. Democrats didn't even want to give civil rights originally. Fact. The party of the Ku Klux Klan is the Democratic Party. This is CIA.
Or playing right into the hands of President Trump and his administration?
Well, you know, it's certainly taking us off our message because, you know, among all the different protests that are happening, something that is very clear is that we're fighting to keep families together. We're trying to uplift the stories of people who, you know, lost their parents when they went to work, or children that were at school and ICE agents visited them.
Are they here illegally? Then they're illegal. They shouldn't be here. So using emotional fallacy doesn't change the facts. Well, you got to have a heart. But should we have a heart for 20 million people that came here illegally, using up taxpayer dollars and services? What about that veteran What about the veteran? Let's think about this for a second, right? In the United States, we have veterans that are homeless, all right? They're out of work. They have wound injuries. They're not getting the care that they need and the support that they need. And they went to war for our country, for the United States. And they fell in hard times. But we have money for illegals. We have money to feed the illegals. We have money to give housing to the illegals. We have money to make sure that health care goes to the illegals. But we don't have enough for our veterans or our seniors, our senior citizens. No, we don't have money for them, but we have tons of money for illegals. Because it goes back to what I was saying before. It's about a power grab. You homeless veteran, they don't care about you. That's not going to change the needle with the power for the number of seats in the House of Representatives for these states that are losing population. You seniors, you're a liability. Their focus is on the illegal. No, get the illegals out of the country.
That's the message that we're trying to get across. And so we want to continue to uplift that. Obviously, this becomes...
We just want to use it. We want to uplift it. We want to use emotional fallacy. We want to get your heart bleeding. So you just give in and just why don't we let the whole world come in? You think the United States would be the United States? Let's just have the whole world unimpeded, just come on into the United States. What will happen is the United States would turn into the shitholes they're leaving.
A distraction and as an excuse to try to federalize or have an overreach of our laws. And so we want to get back on message. We want to take a lot of the lessons we learned from the civil rights movement, protests.
Civil rights movement? Wait. They're here illegally. And the problem that we have in New York is that they're gang. Many of them are gangs, and they're causing the theft and the social disruption. And then, by the way, taking taxpayer money that we don't really have. We don't have the resources. And I'd much rather make sure that our senior citizens and our veterans are taken care of with food, with shelter, and with health care than any illegal. You know why? Because charity starts at home.
We can be confrontational, but we don't have to be violent. We should make sure that we don't lose the message among all this anger that we're feeling.
You were born and raised in South LA. Your family immigrated here and worked as street vendors, a store.
Illegal or not?
That is very near and dear to a lot of people's hearts here in Los Angeles. How would you like to see federal immigration laws enforced?
Well, let's hear about it. I think I know what he's going to say. It's amnesty.
Well, I think that certainly not the way that this president is doing them now.
That's not the answer.
You know, if you live in Los Angeles, you understand that immigrants are part of the very fabric of our society.
Wait, let me get this straight. The Democratic Party, who's pushing illegal immigration, also pushed slavery. All right, remember that. They're basically saying that if you're illegal, we need you to be part of that fabric of society because you're the cheap labor. So that's a form of slavery.
When you go to the doctor and receive health care, most of the people you interact with are immigrants. When you go and buy, some street food, those are immigrants. For many of the folks that are...
First of all, if you're going to healthcare and you're dealing with someone that happened to be an immigrant, they're probably here legally. So the legal issue isn't the problem. It's the illegal issue that's the problem. Legal? or illegal.
Able to afford nannies to take care of their kids, those are immigrants. We don't see them the
Most of those nannies are most likely illegal.
Same way that Donald Trump is seeing them. But I think what we're seeing right now is just a complete unleashing of...
So let me get this straight. We have the City Council of Los Angeles not really making a distinction between illegal and legal. Interesting. If you don't protect your borders and you don't protect your currency, you don't have a country.
His white nationalist agenda. But if I were in his position, I would value what makes the city rich, what makes the country rich, what helps run the economy.
That doesn't answer the question. Doesn't answer the question. Bringing on, he's pushing amnesty, just like these minorities, especially the ones that are black, pushing reparations.
Many of these folks are working, hardworking, people of the...
Doesn't matter if you're hardworking illegal or non-hardworking illegal. You're still an illegal.
So I would not be treating them the same way. I would be...
I mean, think about that. I'm sure that the Nazi Party had many people, especially high up, that were hardworking. But that doesn't mean that they were good people. That doesn't even mean they were right in their thinking. Hardworking has nothing to do with it. I'm sure Dr. Death in the camps during the Holocaust was a hardworking doctor. It doesn't mean he wasn't doing things that were correct. I'm bet that even Hitler was a hardworking individual. It doesn't mean he was right. Hardworking has nothing to do with it.
Welcoming them to this country and making sure that they have the ability to have the American dream, like many immigrants have had since the...
Oh, okay. Yeah. Back in the day, early 1800s, 1700s, late 1700s, early 1800s, we had unimpeded flow of immigrants coming into the country. But that was because we had such a low population and such a growing country. But once we got to and it was hard to get to the country, it was usually by boat in most cases. All right. But then we had airplanes being developed and used, and the ease of commerce and the ease of transport by boat, by train, by walking, by, all these different modalities to get into the country, right? Especially flying. And restricting the borders where it was a controlled immigration policy, not an uncontrolled immigration policy. That's the big issue here, right? They're illegal, all right? They came here illegally. But the big issue, if you elevate this up, it's really about, should we have a controlled immigration policy or not? Now, the case for a controlled immigration policy is that it allows for the society to be able to absorb the new immigrants and for them to acclimate to an American way of life. All right? And that American way of life changes. The zeitgeist of America does change. But there is something that is innate, that is what we would call American. All right? So you have this big issue. Should we have controlled immigration or not? Now, if we have controlled immigration, that means there's quotas, maybe even quotas from certain countries, allowing for only a certain number of people to come in, especially, with, some sort of asylum status. And it will go up a little bit and down, based on, let's say, the target. But it's controlled. What these people want are uncontrolled. If you gave the opportunity to come to America to anyone outside the United States, most people would take it because they see the opportunities here. But the thing is if everyone took it, the opportunities here would not exist anymore. This is the reason why you need to control it. All right? It's like a bathtub. All right? You're sitting in the bathtub and it's warm. All right? You like warm bath water. But the thing is that if you keep on putting cold bath water in, it will no longer be warm bath water. So what you got to do is, through the cycle of life, you'll have a certain part of the population that is being born and a certain part of the population that's dying. So there's a growth rate, all right? And your growth rate is basically births minus deaths, all right? Now, if you now add in immigrants in a controlled manner, you can control the temperature of the water. You can, right? But if you just add in uncontrolled immigration, then the actual temperature of the water has radically changed in a short amount of time. And there is a problem there. There is a problem there. So you have to have controlled immigration. But they don't want to talk about that. Because with controlled immigration means there's laws, there's processes that these immigrants have to go through so they can have legal status in the country. But instead what they do is they get over here, play the legal game, get these nonprofits to help them. And what they do is that they get here illegally, then file an asylum, and then they're in the court system for years. And they flood the system so much that it takes forever for them to get processed. They're playing the system. They're playing the system. And then on top of it, to create, more insult and injury from the Democratic Party, what they do is that they want to continue this flow of illegals so they can gain power in these districts that are losing population. Why are they losing population? Because they made their society a shithole with their socialism.
Of this country.
I'm curious what your thoughts are on the fact that President Trump is sending.
He did not say anything about controlled immigration, and he didn't say anything about the distinction between illegal and legal. Big problem. But he's LA City Council. Yeah.
700 Marines to the streets of LA to protect buildings, sending in, going.
I think it would be awesome, those 700 Marines tear off the head of these liberals and shit down their throat. That's what the Marines should do. They won't do it, but that's what they should do.
4,000 troops from the National Guard here, some of whom are already standing here outside of the federal buildings here in downtown Los Angeles. What do you think this is doing for your city, or is it hurting the city?
Yeah, it is certainly not helping. It's pretty unprecedented that we have a president turning the military on its own people. In most times, we ask for the support either from the city or the state, and the federal government has come in the past. I believe the last time it happened was during the civil unrest of 1992, but this is not the same situation. We have not asked for support. We have not asked them to come in. And so what the president is doing is adding gasoline to the fire.
The Democrats were the ones that started this. And if we don't solve the problem, we're never going to, we are going to not be able to properly provide services to the elderly and to our veterans. But we'll have plenty of money for illegals. Congress will always find money for them. Amazing. There's literally a senior citizen that is going hungry today. There are many right now going hungry, making a decision between their food and their medication. or a veteran that's homeless. Every day that goes by. But we care so much about these illegals.
Allocation. I think people are really kind of, the VIX is reflecting people stepping away and just kind of waiting around. And we've seen kind of this breakdown in correlations between equities and bonds. And we're seeing this changing volatility pattern in crypto assets too. So Bitcoin has been stabilizing in volatility, coming down in volatility, whereas some of these stock, you know, whether you look at NVIDIA or Palantir, those volatilities are going up. So I think investors have to adjust to this new normal and to, you know, think about holding different types of asset classes as well as, you know, diversifying away from kind of the traditional core equity bond.
What do you make of Bitcoin? What's your crypto kind of call your shop? How do you guys think about it?
I mean, crypto overall is,
as she's talking, Bitcoin's going down.
Asset class. Bitcoin definitely is maturing with institutional focus, and we've also seen recently flows into Ethereum. So as investors, diverse investors come into
and Bitcoin's trading
this,
at 108.
This ecosystem, you're going to see a change of what people are focusing on, which is less of the speculative volatility and more of the use case, whether it's store value or operating or layer one systems. You know, they are ultimately going to produce value and perform differently from equities and bonds that may be subject to more of the macro risks that we're seeing at play.
Speaking of, quickly, Blackstone CEO Steve Schwartz was talking about investing in Europe. Is the ex-US trade kind of where you want to be?
It's still a good trade given the valuation.
Oh, actually, trade or investment, I guess, is a better question.
It's still, you know, look at the relative valuation. US is still very expensive. There's definitely, rest of the world is pushing towards less reliance on US exceptionalism, you know, providing more stimulus into their own national industries and military defense. So that's going to increase growth opportunities abroad. And as we become, I guess, more inner or protect our own industry, you know, competition will broaden elsewhere.
All right, Joy, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate it. Joy Yang, Head of Index Product Management at Market Vector Index's Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio was a good place to be. What are you looking at, Alex?
Well, I'm looking at what we're going to talk about next, which is offshore wind.
Yes.
So, yeah, you got excited.
Yeah, but isn't that the one that's really under pressure?
Really, really under pressure. But if you need an all-of-above energy strategy, why wouldn't that include offshore wind, particularly projects that are already underway?
Right.
But Oliver Metcalf of Bloomberg BNEF will be joining us for his take on what happens to offshore wind in the Trump administration and where it's still going to be okay to invest. This is Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this stack that's going to help with your immune system and your vascular system. Get the turmeric. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals and bring down inflammation at the vascular level and at the systemic level. That's going to help with your immune system, boosting that up, and also reducing inflammation at the vascular level will reduce the chances of plaque formation. Lignans is a powder. You take it every day. Mix it with soft foods or filtered water. And this will help to bring down inflammation and help boost up that immune system. It also helps with the endocrine system. So you're going to improve your endocrine system, you're going to improve your immune system, and lignans not just brings down inflammation, it'll help to soak up free radicals. So it's synergistic with turmeric. And ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root will bring down cortisol levels and help you to control your blood glucose levels. Very important to bring down inflammation. By doing that, you're helping the immune system and the vascular system. So again, by bringing down inflammation and soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation. But not just that, by bringing down that inflammation, you're helping your immune system. So a very important stack is taking the turmeric, the lignans, and the ashwagandha. Take them together. It's actually the third pillar of my core protocol. And that core protocol is pretty simple. All right. It's 4 pillars. And the first pillar is max 35, max 14, or cleanse. That's to help to boost up the immune system. That's the first pillar. The second pillar is C60 that soaks up free radicals. The third pillar is the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up the immune system and also to help with your cardiovascular system. And the fourth pillar is Boomer Boost. And Boomer Boost will boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. So taking that core protocol would help to slow down the aging process, give you longevity and vitality, and you can build on top of that. You can add in that foundational supplements that I told you about, which is the probiotics and the multivitamins on top of the core protocol. You can add in other stuff too, supplements that are focused on neural health, so, or even pancreatic health. So you can customize this, is the point. But that core is pretty powerful stuff to slow down the aging process and to boost up your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, use discount 5, and you get $5 off any order.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. So far, no exact word of any progress in the trade talks between the U.S. and China that are taking place in London. Now, a U.S. official disputes an earlier China media report and says, in fact, the talks between the U.S. and China are still going on today. The worst performing stock of the S&P 500. Let's start there. J.M. Smucker, they declined the most in nearly 4 decades, saying U.S. tariffs are increasing costs in its coffee business, and that's going to hurt profit. Overall, the S&P 500, 6 points higher right now. That's up about 0.1%. We're at 6,012 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 5 points higher right now. Yeah, the NASDAQ 100, that is down 9 points. Joe Quinlan at Bank of America, he was on the program earlier today. He says investors do need trade certainty.
This is a big step forward if the U.S. and China can cut a deal, kind of declare victory both sides and move ahead. But let's face it, there's a lot of differences when it comes to trade between the U.S. and China. That's going to linger. So the key here in London, dial it back, find an off-ramp, and begin again. So I think that's what the markets are looking for.
Citigroup set to put aside hundreds of millions of dollars more than it did last quarter. They're trying to account for potential losses on loans and credit cards. This is a sign of likely worsening consumer health. And Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg personally recruiting a new team called the Super Intelligence Group. Their goal is to achieve artificial general intelligence, or AGI. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, JT, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Now, John Tucker was aware of the story. I was not. A company developing an offshore wind project for New Jersey has filed a request to cancel its plans, citing economic and political headwinds. John, this wind thing was going to be off the coast of Atlantic City, powering the casinos and all the homes and stuff.
Well, I remember, it's a project that went way back in New Jersey history. Right. And all of a sudden, poof, it's gone.
Yeah, I think of all the renewable energies that are perhaps maybe under pressure by this administration, the one that might be the most risk is offshore wind. Oliver Metcalf joins us. He is head of wind research at BNEF. He joins us here in our studio. Oliver, what's the state of your world? Talk to us about particularly offshore wind. What's the status of that in this country today?
Well, offshore wind projects in the US at the moment are facing a really difficult outlook. It's been tough over the last few years. There have been rising costs, supply chain bottlenecks that have hit the sector really hard. High interest rates for such an expensive technology is also something that raises costs a lot. There have been strong political headwinds since the Trump administration took office. So the Trump administration withdrew the permit for that Atlantic Shores project that you were just mentioning there. That was a project that had already faced those higher costs I was talking about, already facing a lot of economic difficulties. And the removal of that permit was the final straw that really pushed the developers over the edge. The project isn't completely cancelled, so Shell and EDF that own that lease area, that kind of marine area, are going to hold on to that lease. There's potential that they could develop that in a different form in the future if there's a more friendly administration to offshore wind. But yeah, a bit of a bleak outlook for the sector at the moment in the US.
What about projects that already are offshore and are already producing? Could those lose their lease and get shut down?
It's not looking like that at the moment. So the Trump administration put a stop work order on a currently under construction project that would feed power into New York called Empire Wind. That's getting developed by the big Norwegian oil major
right?
called Equinor. That one.
Equinor is an Equinor one. Okay.
And Equinor had already invested over a couple of billions of dollars in that project. Thankfully for the sector, the stop work order has been lifted now. That's a good sign for the other projects. There are 5 under construction US offshore wind projects at the moment. So the fact that project was allowed to go ahead is a very good signal for other investors that are building projects like Ørsted, like you mentioned, that have projects in the pipeline. So those 5 projects we're expecting to go ahead. All the other ones kind of further out in the pipeline, federal permitting of projects, federal leasing of new seabed areas to build projects. The kind of development environment has ground to a standstill for those projects that are a little bit further out into the pipeline in US offshore wind.
What's the rest of the world doing with offshore wind these days?
Well, some of those effects that I was talking about that have hit the US have hit other markets around the world. So costs have risen globally. There have been supply chain constraints. There have been high interest rates. That's kind of a global story. But we're seeing a lot of growth despite that around the world for offshore wind. Particularly European countries in the North Sea are building mega projects. We're expecting the largest project in the world to start commissioning their turbines next year. A project called Dogger Bank off the coast of the UK. And then we're just beginning to see markets in Asia start to pick up. So we're beginning to see the globalization of the offshore wind industry. So that's markets like Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, starting to install their first commercial scale projects. And over the next few years, we're expecting them to start installing kind of industrial-sized projects that we're already seeing in the North Sea.
You mentioned this earlier, but a couple things that sort of went wrong for offshore wind before the political environment shifted was interest rates. And also supply chain issues. So a lot of, at least the way it was described to me by some of the players, is that they took on a lot of the commodity and supply chain risk, and they didn't properly share that with, say, customers and other developers, and that really hurt them during COVID. Have those two issues, though, sorted themselves out globally?
So there's a couple of different ways that those issues are slowly starting to resolve themselves.
Oh, okay.
So firstly, suppliers are pushing to share a bit more of that risk when they're signing contracts. So things like linking contract price, your final contract price that the customer pays, to a steel price index or a copper price index, for example, to partially protect you from these commodity price movements. Another way that governments are reacting to this kind of things is linking the price of the subsidy you get paid to similar indexes. So linking the price of subsidies to the consumer price index to protect a developer against kind of some of those inflationary impacts. Same goes for commodity prices. So there's a bit of a resolution on the policy side, and then also a bit of a push from supply chain contracts to protect themselves in some of the deals they're signing.
What's the profitability of land-based wind farms versus offshore?
It really depends in the market you're looking at. Typically, the kind of required returns for an investor on an onshore wind farm is lower than an offshore wind farm, where we're kind of more looking kind of 9 plus internal rates of return on a project. Partially that's because the perceived risks of building something onshore are lower than building something offshore. Every time you need to fix a turbine, kind of the whole construction process is just much more difficult when you're doing it on water versus when you're doing it just on land. And also onshore wind projects have been operating. We've been building them for a lot longer. And so just the perceived risks and how we understand those risks, it's much further along for onshore wind farms than offshore wind farms.
Does offshore wind in the US still make sense?
In a lot of cases, I think the fundamentals are still really good. So especially states that are looking to decarbonize, or even states that are trying to meet rapidly growing power demand. Power demand is growing in a way that it hasn't done for decades in the US at the moment. An offshore wind farm can deliver you gigawatts of capacity. That's kind of huge amount of capacity in one project. So if you can get these things up and running, and if kind of governments are willing to pay the costs for the electricity, the higher costs, then it can deliver a massive amount of electricity generating capacity at a time when the country really needs it.
How long does it take, though, to build, say, offshore?
A long time. They're big, complex infrastructure projects. So from the time that you sign that seabed lease agreement, you get your seabed area, you can build a project, to commissioning. We estimate that's around 9 years in the US. So it takes a long time to build one of these things.
I don't know. I guess I'm still in the camp. All of the above. We need all of the above, I guess. But I would think it's got to be economical. I mean,
well, yeah, but yes.
I mean, how much subsidies? I don't know. It's complex policy. So I'll leave it to the experts. I'll leave it to the experts down in Washington.
It is a complex policy.
Oliver Metcalf, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll have a lot more to talk to you about on this as this business continues to evolve. Oliver Metcalf, head of wind research for BNEF, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. S&P 500 up 12 points. The Dow's up 7 points. The Nasdaq's up 35 points. This is Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I have. Let's talk about the market right now. It's trading at, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,018. It's about 12 points, almost 13 points up. VIX is trading at 17.03. Oil is trading at 65.92. Intraday high for oil was 66.28. So oil is going down right now. Natural gas is still trading at 3.55. And BITO is trading at 21.82. Euro USD is trading at 114. And Japanese yen is trading at 144.9. So, like I said, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplements that I offer. Get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help to build muscle. It has flavonoids, polyphenols, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. And it also helps with mitochondrial health. Do resistance training and take the Myotrol to build the muscle. This stacks really well with Gladiator Barley, and Gladiator Barley helps to build that muscle because it's a protein. It's a high density protein. It'll also help to bring down inflammation, so your workouts you'll recover from your workout faster. By bringing down inflammation, that also helps with your immune system and your vascular system. And it will help to detoxify your body, the Gladiator Barley. And it will soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. That's the reason why Gladiator Barley stacks really well with Myotrol. Now, you can take them separately. You can take the Gladiator Barley separate and the Myotrol separate, all right? But there is a synergistic effect in terms of building muscle by taking Myotrol and taking the Gladiator Barley. And the Gladiator Barley here is on the screen, all right? And again, it helps to detoxify your body, build muscle because it's a high density protein. It's a powder, you take a full scoop, and it'll bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Myotrol, get the Gladiator Barley, and build muscle, all right? But again, you can take them separately, but it is synergistic, all right? And I try to provide products that if you stack them a certain way, that you'll get an added benefit to it. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Myotrol and the Gladiator Barley.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Well, June is Pride Month. So over the next couple of weeks, we're going to highlight segments on topics related to equality. And today we're speaking with Chi-Ling Tong, CEO of National ACE, which stands for the National Asian Pacific Islander American Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. She joins us now from Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to spend this time with you. Thank you so much for joining us. What has been the tariff effect on Asian small businesses so far? We heard from the NFIB that optimism increased, but the taxes are still a main concern.
Well, Paul, Alex, thank you so much for you care about the Asian American business community issue. We know the trade landscape can be very tricky, and we acknowledge the administration's efforts to negotiate a new trade agreement to deal with unfair trade practice and set a path to open market access for American export. However, with uncertainties around the trade deals, business of all sides feel the pressure. Recently, at the National ACE Capitol Hill Day, we took about 60 small business owners to meet with 40 congressional offices. They all talk about how tariffs are affecting their business. They are very worried about uncertainty, rising costs, and cancellation. It is very important for them to share their experience with policymakers to ensure trade policy support their needs. I would like to share with you two stories from small business owners from both importing and exporting. Mr. Thai's chili oil was popular after TikTok video had over 125,000 views. And new tariffs had made their key ingredients, chili flakes from China, about 56% more expensive. And the glass shaker bottles, once 34 cents each, now cost nearly about 4 times as much. And the owner, Lucky Wang, said they picked a very specific bottle style from China and invested in it early on. Now with these price jumps, they cannot afford to use them anymore. Another story from exporter. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Well, just what was the response from some of the lawmakers when you went down to speak with them? Were they sympathetic to some of these small business owner concerns?
Absolutely. I think we talk with both Republican and Democrat member of Congress, and that's what they say, share the story, share the story with the administration, share the story with member of Congress, and have the stakeholder. We have about 130 affiliate chambers partners throughout the country. So they also encourage them to share the story, let people know the reality.
What are the barriers to federal support and to access to capital from Asian small business owners?
Well, for access to capital part, I think this is very, very important. For the past few years since COVID, we always deal with access to capital. We had a survey. We had 2024 Restaurant Fund. For the past, since 2021, we have given about a $10 million grant. So for those applicants, 47% of applicants share that their main source of capital for their business come from personal funds, and only 21% indicate loans and credit from traditional financial institutions. So therefore, when we talk to the federal agency and also the administration, we really want them to develop more small business program and accessible funding and grant program for small business owner. For example, like a Minority Business Development Agency, they used to have a capital readiness program and able to share and the technical assistance to support small business to get the funding. But now they are kind of, eliminating that, but hopefully they will get back soon.
So what have you heard, Chilling, from your small business owners about the labor market here with the illegal migration has effectively come to a halt at the southern border? Are they seeing that in their businesses, the more difficult to hire people?
Well, I think since COVID, they had difficulty to hire people, especially restaurant owners. They are always short of workers. But we just feel Chinese Chinatown, like Chinatown small business owner, they always have a way to demonstrate incredible resilience. And even for, you're right, the labor shortage and also other things really a big concern.
Chilling, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Chilling Tong, CEO of the National ACE, which is a national association, our National Asian Pacific Islander American Chamber of Commerce and Entrepreneurship. So the tariffs having impact on all businesses. We hear that on the conference calls of all the corporations that we talk to all the time, but perhaps even more pronounced for the small business owner who may not have obviously the financial resources or the flexibility in their business model to withstand higher taxes, or higher tariffs on some of their input.
I mean, even JM Smuckers, which is clearly not a small business, is having a hard time with those increasing costs. Also increasing costs in its coffee business, which is going to hurt profit by about $1 a share. So there is that as well. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio.
Let me do another product plug here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great supplement that I have here, collagen. It's a dual purpose supplement. It's going to help with the health of your skin, your hair, and your nails, your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bones. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, even with milk. It's up to you. I take it with soft foods like hummus. But take it every day. It's a month's supply. And do resistance training. And that's going to help with the musculature and the bone density and your joint health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. Again, this also helps with your skin health. And let's talk about brain function, all right? And supplements that are really important to help protect your neurons. Taking NAD+ is going to help to build up higher concentrations of NAD+, and that will help to boost up energy levels. And it will also help to repair DNA damage. All right, as you get older, you start to accumulate DNA damage, but we do have repair mechanisms to try to repair that. And in most cases, it does. But over time, when you get older, it doesn't fully repair the DNA damage. So NAD+ is important to take after you turn age 40. So if you're 40 years of age or older, start taking NAD+. boost up those energy levels, repair that DNA damage, and it also helps to protect your neurons. Now, when you're protecting your neurons, that means that you'll have better brain function and better kinematics in your later years. Another great supplement to take to protect your neurons is ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. Most people that take CoQ10, you're taking the wrong type. You need to take ubiquinol. Now, I have on my store the most bioavailable CoQ10 that you can purchase. All right, so please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. Get the ubiquinol. It's going to help to soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. Ubiquinol will also help the health of your mitochondria. Your energy levels are going to go up. And in addition, ubiquinol is going to help protect neurons. Now you stack them together, NAD plus with ubiquinol is a great stack to protect neurons. Like I said, once you turn age 40, you need to start taking the right supplementation to protect your neurons. This also stacks well with clarity factor, with C60, with resveratrol. And by protecting your neurons and doing a holistic approach with your life, like drinking filtered water, making sure you detoxify your body, doing the 4 modalities of exercise, resistance training, cardio, stretching and balancing. Those are all very important for overall health, but also for your neurons. And learn new things. You got to stimulate your mind. And spirituality or mindfulness. These are all very important. Talking to people in the real world, staying away from electronic devices. Reduce your consumption of those electronic devices. By doing that, you're going to improve your health and improve the health of your neurons. Extremely important. We are going to see in the society in the United States, for various reasons, brain function decline. Many people in our communities and around us are going to have cognitive decline and also kinematic decline. They won't be able to move as well as they used to. Now, part of that is an aging population. Part of it's environmental. So please pay attention to me. If you're 40 years of age or older, you need to start considering a holistic approach to improving your brain function. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the ubiquinol and the NAD+. It's a great stack. Again, it stacks well with C60, clarity factor, resveratrol. So with that, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Police in Seattle say 2 men broke into Macklemore's house in the Capitol Hill neighborhood and stole thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, watches, and shoes. The nanny says she managed to escape after they restrained her and sprayed her in the face with bear mace. Doorbell video shows her knocking on a neighbor's door to call 911. It's not clear if the rapper was home at the time, but police say 3 children were. They are all okay. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Taylor Swift has gotten a temporary restraining order against a 45-year-old Colorado man who's been accused of stalking her. Swift says he's made visits to her home and has threatened members of her staff. The author Frederick Forsyth has died at 86. He penned The Day of the Jackal and other top thrillers. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
This is Balance of Power, live from Washington, D.C.
Now come the hard decisions. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power as Senate Republicans grab the hot potato that is President Trump's tax and spending bill, at the risk, of course, of turning off Republicans in the House. We're going to hear about the whole balancing act here and some very important stops in the road today when we spend time coming up with Nathan Dean at Bloomberg Intelligence. We're also going to run through the latest polling on the president's big, beautiful bill, as well as the way he's handling immigration and crime. On the heels of what happened in Los Angeles and is continuing as we speak, Cliff Young at Ipsos will join us with new numbers on his research. And we'll have analysis from our political panel They're back together for the first time in over a week. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano here for the hour. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. We check on the Tuesday trade first with our good friend Charlie Pellet. He's holding forth at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Me and you together. Stocks higher with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing right now. One eye on London, the other on Los Angeles. Right now, we've got stocks advancing. Session high, by the way, on the S&P 500 index. A lot of green today. The S&P at 6,026, up 20, gain there of 0.3%. Stocks creeping near records. Right now, the Dow up 43, gain there of 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 67. That is a gain right now of 0.3%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index pushing higher, up 0.7%. The 10-year 4.46%, the 2-year 4.00%. Gold now flat on the day at $33.26 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.7%, $65.75 for a barrel of WTI. And Bitcoin now back above $109,000. Bitcoin right now up by 0.3%. Well, certainly one of the big questions surrounding the Federal Reserve is who will President Trump name as Jay Powell's successor? Matt Losetti is chief U.S. economist at Deutsche Bank Securities, and he talked about that this morning on surveillance.
Certainly over the summer months, as perhaps you get some evidence of who President Trump may appoint to the board, I would expect that in replacement of Governor Kugler in January, that could be the next potential Fed chair. Certainly the market focus will shift to that.
Matt Losetti of Deutsche Bank Securities. You can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Boeing shares, they are lower by 0.7%. Boeing did score the highest monthly order intake in more than a year, including a huge haul during President Trump's trip to the Middle East, giving the American plane maker a commercial boost as it heads into the crucial Paris Air Show next week. Boeing down 0.7%. Rival Airbus hits ADRs down 0.8%. Balance of Power continues now, and back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie. Good to see Charlie Pellet, as always, and he'll be back shortly with another check on Wall Street. We do this, of course, throughout the program here on Balance of Power. Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121. Maybe you're watching us on YouTube right now. If not, this is the coolest thing we have going. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. It's not just this show. It's all the way surveillance through the day, Bloomberg Business Week Daily. And we're always live for you in the studio with our great guests here in Washington as we try to get our arms around reconciliation, kind of like the Senate's trying to do as we speak. Some important things are going to take place today, all procedural. But if you want to sound smart at the cocktail party, we're about to get you ready. On this Tuesday edition, right? It's Tuesday, which means we have about 3.5 weeks until the fake deadline of the 4th of July that even the president doesn't seem to care about. Yesterday at this Invest event, he's sitting next to Speaker Johnson. 4th of July. He said, yeah, or it might take a little longer. Is something going on over there, James? They're gathering the pool. It's noontime. This happens every day. We can just talk amongst ourselves. I get up in the morning. I do my reading. I talk to the people I trust, try to figure out what's going on in the world. We start mapping out the show. Then I connect with producer James, Booker Matt, co-anchor Kaylee. We come up with a plan, different people to call. You book some things. You map out a show. This is what we're going to have for our viewers and listeners. And then at high noon, they assemble the press pool. Donald Trump starts talking, and it all goes off the rails. Maybe we'll do this again together. At least we enjoy each other, right? This is the new world we're in. And a big part of this new world is the effort that's unfolding right now on Capitol Hill. Yeah, Cece is part of this mix, too. It's a big family behind this show. The Rules Committee is going to get down to brass tacks today in the House at 2 o'clock. That's right around the time we get off the air, 2 hours from now. In the meantime, they're expecting a report from the parliamentarian in the Senate. Right? This is the referee who says you can do this in reconciliation. You're not allowed to do that. Budget matters, yes. Everything else, no. This is the bird bath, the bird rule we talk about. And so by the end of this day, I suspect we're going to have a much better idea of what's going to end up in the Senate version of this bill. And that's why we have Nathan Dean with us. Senior U.S. policy analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. His phone is ringing because we're actually getting onto something here. Nathan, it's great to see you. What's the parliamentarian going to tell us today?
So I think the parliamentarian is going to allow most of what the investable angle or the investment community cares about. Obviously, these tax cuts, the extensions, the cuts to Medicaid, Inflation Reduction Act, SNAP benefits. You know, we think it's going to be more structural things. Things like where they're trying to get rid of the Office of Financial Research, or maybe changing the funding mechanism of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Things that are very important for us here in Washington, but for the New York community that's investing in this, we'd say it's probably most likely going to be out. Because the general rule of thumb is that if it impacts the budget, then it's allowed. But, you know, every single party, any single time they do a reconciliation package, they throw in the kitchen sink and they say, let's try and do this. So the Senate parliamentarian is going to come out later today. She's going to say, no, you can't do that. I don't think there's going to be a lot of fireworks here. And obviously the Senate does have the ability to just fire the parliamentarian or ignore the parliamentarian.
Yeah, right.
But, you know, I don't think that's going to happen in this case because I don't think they're going to get any major controversies.
I'm waiting to hear when Donald Trump tells John Thune what happens with ignore the parliamentarian, but we'll deal with that when it happens. That could be an interesting standoff. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. This gets through the birdbath. It's more lawmakers who are concerned about those.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I think it's one of those things where, you know, it's not going to be so much of a parliamentarian decision. It's going to be a deficit question. And that's where we're going at with all of this. And in fact, we put a note out just this morning to our clients. And it always is going to come down to the deficit because, you know, and I should have said earlier, the biggest question we're waiting for is whether or not the parliamentarian is going to allow the Senate to use current baseline policy as zero, meaning to extend the Trump era tax cuts, the cost is effectively zero. If the parliamentarian approves that, which I think she will, if the parliamentarian approves it, then, you know, you don't really have to cut all that much to actually keep this package going forward. And that's why we always think that the deficit is the most likely impacted entity here from this package. Looking at Medicaid, the Inflation Reduction Act, SNAP benefits, it's much easier for the Senate to say, you know what, let's not cut those to the extent that the House proposed. Let's pull that back a little bit. We'll borrow today, and we'll vote for something that will actually be tomorrow's pain as opposed to voting for something that's going to hurt our constituents in the next year or so.
Understood. So let's lay out the concerns. You can really count them on one hand, right? What actually is going to be a concern for senators, and then when it comes back to the House, could be deal breakers. You change the cap on salt. You could lose a couple of lawmakers. The revenge tax is something we keep hearing about. Banks are calling you about it. Nathan, what is it?
Yeah, so this is Section 899. This is something that it hasn't gotten a ton of press. I mean, Bloomberg News has done some extensive reporting on this, but it's called the revenge tax. It essentially allows the Treasury Department to deem a foreign country a unfair foreign country or a discriminatory tax environment, and then allows the Treasury Department to put essentially a 5% tax levy on essentially all passive income, real estate, you know, income from foreign countries and so forth. So if you think of you're a U.S. entity or a foreign bank here in the United States and your income's going back to HQ, well, now all of a sudden you have an additional tax on that. It's 5%. It goes up annually up to about 20%, unless that's essentially deemed, you know, that country gets off. It's designed as a way to combat what they consider discriminatory digital taxes, mostly in the tech space. My colleague Andrew Silverman and I looked at it. It's going to most likely impact banks and the tech companies in particular, because if overseas firms decides they're not going to play in the United States anymore, then that's actually somewhat bad. So the main question we've been getting is the Senate going to pull this out? Senator Thune said that he's been looking at it. We think it's either going to be pulled out or it's going to be watered significantly. So we'll see.
Very important. Who does that offend if they take it out? Is there a constituency behind this in the House that Thune needs to worry about?
Well, I don't think that there's a constituency as to the point where you're going to see a coalition come together and try and fight
like a SALT caucus.
Exactly. I don't think you're going to see a SALT caucus. I actually don't think it was all that controversial when the House lawmakers put it in there, because in their eyes, it just gives the Treasury Department flexibility. It doesn't say that this has to happen. It just says that this is another tool. I almost said weapon. You know, another tool that would allow the Treasury Department and the White House to actually use when conducting its negotiations. I don't think it was all that controversial when it was put in. I think it was one of those unintended consequences that was coming, especially from the non-U.S. foreign community.
It would be kind of cool if there was a revenge caucus. If there was something called that. All right, then we've got green incentives, tax credits. Tom Tillis is calling. If some of these are put back in, who do you lose in the House?
So I think this is one of those where, if you look at the original bill that came out from the House Ways and Means Committee, the electric vehicle tax credit was gone. I think that's still gone, despite Elon Musk's, discussions about it. I think if you're Tesla or any other car companies relying on it, and our view is that Tesla isn't so much relying on it, but I think that's gone. The bigger question is when it comes to wind and solar, and a lot of these tax credits, there was a phase out, and that phase out was pushed up.
Yes,
We think the phase out will get pushed back. Maybe not to the original House and Ways Means text, where the solar, for example, was 2028 from 2031. But it will get pushed back a little bit, just because the Inflation Reduction Act is very important to states like North Carolina, because there's a lot of foreign CapEx money coming into the United States, and there's a lot of constituents out there, lawmakers, who say, "Look, I got 700 jobs being built in this district. I got a plant being built in this district." So we think it's going to get pushed back. So keep in mind for stocks like First Solar and Enphase, these things have hot sauce. They're almost like what we call the marijuana hot sauce stocks. These things have been bouncing up and down based off of what's in this language. So definitely watch this later this week, because those stocks have hot sauce on.
Not always based on fundies, as they say. We've got a minute left here. Nathan, you running odds? 4th of July, August?
We think the Senate can get it done around the 4th of July. I like to joke it's going to come a little bit later because I'll be on vacation. But I think we're saying 80% chance by the August recess. We're actually feeling fairly confident they get this done in late July.
You kick out a great note to clients every week with a little inside something about what's going on in Washington. I always love these. What are you telling people to do if they want to watch this parade? Is there any way to get in and out of town? Is there like a Nathan Dean angle on this massive parade, the Army parade on
Just like
Saturday?
with the NFL, it's great for my couch.
That's a good answer. Buy a blimp, right? We're not even going to be able to get to work in a couple of days. You see this? The street closures?
Driving in this morning
Forget
was
it.
difficult.
It has begun.
Yeah.
Sounds like it might be quite a show, though. Nathan, great. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence, our senior U.S. policy analyst. How's that for a deep dive? What goes in? What stays out? We're going to talk about this, by the way, with Jason Smith, chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, about an hour from right now. This is the world he's living in as they wait for this bill, big, beautiful or not, to come on back for a very important vote. We'll be sticking with Nathan for more on this. Cliff Young from Ipsos is up next on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley is the high-density protein. Take a scooper a day, mix it with soft foods or filtered water. You can mix it in a smoothie, or even just mix it with milk. But take it every day. It will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, which is very important for your immune system, for joint health, also for vascular system. By bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque buildup. So heirloom barley also is an antioxidant, and it's going to soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Take it every day. Typically in the morning or in the afternoon is probably the best. Now, detoxifying your body is really important. I have zeolite in stock. Take zeolite. Zeolite, you take about two drops underneath your tongue and then swallow, just small drops. Swallow with filtered water and do that every day throughout the whole year. All right, this zeolite you can take every day. Now, what zeolite does is it will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals and allow you to urinate those out in about 6 to 8 hours. So it's important to detoxify your body every day. Now, some people prefer to do a more intense detox once or twice a year. Now, for those individuals, take about 5 drops or a little bit more underneath your tongue every day and drink the filtered water, and then do that every day and it's done, and then do that once or twice a year. All right. So it just depends on the number of drops that you're putting under your tongue. If you want to do it more intense, detox, throughout the year, or if you want to do a maintenance dose. My recommendation is just do a maintenance dose, just 2 drops a day underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, and it binds to the heavy metals, the toxins and the chemicals. It also helps to get PFAS out. All right, so it's important to also drink filtered water and stay away from processed foods. And another thing that you should be paying attention to is the chemicals around your house, in your garage, in your basement, in your pantry, or in your, in your closets or cupboards, because they degas, and you'll be able, you may not smell it, but you're actually breathing in some of these gases, and it affects your immune system, and they can affect your endocrine system. For example, a lot of people don't realize that paint, just household paint, regular household paint, they store it in their basement or in their garage, and it, unless you double layer it and, and have it in a strict sealed container, you're going to be smelling that stuff, over time. And you're living in your house for years on end, and you're smelling that stuff. It affects your endocrine system and your immune system. Cleaning agents, just household cleaning agents. You have to, consider maybe using something a little bit more organic, or, something more natural. So you have to reduce the exposure in your house. Drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, and detoxify your body, and make sure you drink filtered water. Real super important. So again, take the zeolite. It's going to bind with heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. What it does is it'll bind and allow you to urinate it out in about 6 to 8 hours. Now, you can take zeolite every day, take 2 drops underneath your tongue, and then do that year round. Or if you want to do the more intense detox, then take, 5 drops or more underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle's done, and do that once or twice a year. So that's how you do that. Now, another thing that's important is the deodorants that I have. They help to detoxify your body, and you're using it as a deodorant. It's for males and females. I've partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we have peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, and also citrus. Now, use it every day. It's for males and females, and you're detoxifying your body at the same time, and you're using it as a daily deodorant. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural, very high quality, no aluminum, no baking soda. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the deodorants. Now, lastly, before we go back to Bloomberg, reducing the load on your pancreas is super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older, all right? Even if you're super healthy, your pancreas does not function as well as it used to, all right? So take the digestive enzyme complex. This will help to break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. It reduces the load on your pancreas so you can digest your food. So you're reducing the stress on your pancreas, and it's helping you break up that food so you can absorb the nutrients. Start taking this if you're 40 years of age or older, and take it every day. Now, also, if you're an athlete, younger or older, to break up your pre or post-workout fueling, take the digestive enzyme complex, and that will help you to absorb those nutrients and recover from your workout. So this can be used for athletes, but also it can be used for people that are just 40 years of age that are not athletic, to help to reduce pancreatic load. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the digestive enzyme complex. This also has bromelain in it, which is a enzyme that will help to break up clots. It's fibrinolytic. In addition, the proteolytic enzymes in here help to break up glycoproteins. And that was the reason why I told you to take the digestive enzyme complex during the crisis. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Negotiate with. And when I pressed him on if he gave any of those officials in the room limitations when it comes to the export controls, that's really at the heart of these talks. He didn't rule anything out, but we're still waiting to see if there's any sort of forward.
They're in there right now, still in London, right? This is the other bucket we're painting out of today. U.S.-China trade talks into another day. Bassett, Lutnick, Greer, all behind closed doors in London right now. And if there's a break on that, we'll, of course, bring it to you. And that would be a market mover, right? If we hear a headline on this, we'll stop down, and maybe the president will speak to it. Want to get to Cliff Young, public affairs president, for the U.S. at Ipsos polling. Cliff, it's great to have you. We've talked so much about flooding the zone, about the cadence, about people's ability to metabolize all of this information. Broadly speaking, approvals, where are we in the second 100 days?
Yeah, we thought we were in a lull, right? And ultimately, we find that we're not. And what I would say is, overall, Americans still feel a degree of trepidation, unease, especially as it comes to tariffs and potential inflation. That definitely is a worry. That said, Trump is in a pretty good place when it comes to approval ratings. He stepped off the gas over the last month. His approval numbers have improved 2 to 3 points. So right this second, at this moment, yes, there's some unease on the one hand, but the administration, from a numeric political perspective, is in a good place.
When you take a look at this by issue, immigration 47%, jobs 40%, economy 39%. That top number, immigration, points us right to what's unfolding now in LA.
Yeah, it's immigration. That is Trump's number one issue. It's his strongest issue. It has been historically. It's his bailiwick. The base, that is the Republican base, thinks it's the most important issue, and they believe he's doing a very good job. And indeed, if you think of a pivot from tariffs and potential inflation to something, it makes sense that there's this focus right this second on immigration.
Well, Cliff, and your data also finds, though, that the way that the deportation policies that we're talking about that really spurred these protests in LA are being implemented, that seems to be unpopular as the administration tries to ramp up to a goal of 3,000 detentions per day. Walk us through here. Where do Americans disagree when it comes to actually executing these policies?
Yeah, I would say overall, immigration and immigration-related issues are the most important predictor of politics in America today. They determine whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, and so they're divisive. There is no consensus there. That said, there's nuance, because most Americans would agree that illegal immigrants who commit crimes should be deported, but not kids. And that's what we're seeing today specifically, this lack of consensus, this lack of unity around what should be done. And ultimately, it's not about theory, it's about how it's being, that is, policy is being implemented in practice. That's where we have tension.
All right. Spending time with Cliff Young from Ipsos, and we want to bring you, as promised, to the Oval Office. President Trump is now addressing the protests and the clashes with authorities, the deployment of troops in Los Angeles. This is live from the Oval on Bloomberg.
These big chunks of concrete to people, and they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense it's going to fall to states?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much to states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll
Yes,
start
sir. You
facing
set up
it.
a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the president's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
If
it's
a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what the governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night, they had total control. We didn't have the military in there, the National Guard. And then we also sent in some Marines. We had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon? These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're good, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on. Got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down 7 days. And I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, you talk about an incompetent governor. He's an incompetent person. That he was picked. Well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
The Marines is, a lot of people think, an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines?
When I see people throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You start running out of people. When you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint, we have a very big military. But the National Guard, they needed a little extra help. And we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you know, a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame and a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning, it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard. We backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. Well, it's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. They'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Have you been in touch with her at all?
Well, you think I don't condemn it? I condemn the violence in LA, ladies and gentlemen, but I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA. And that would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christie to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know, that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad. I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know, but Christie, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taking. He has every authority under the Constitution to send these National Guard under Title 10 into these communities and make sure that operations go smoothly, that law enforcement officers are protected, that they can continue to do their work without fear of being injured or killed or disrespected, and that they can go home to their families at night. So I'm incredibly proud of the president for activating the National Guard and for sending in these Marines, because these Marines are specifically trained to meet the need that we have on the ground in LA right now. And Governor Newsom has done a disservice to the state of California for many years. The people there should never elect him into a leadership position ever again. He clearly
the governor's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. When it comes to his railroad that he's building, where it's like 30 times over budget, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now it doesn't even go to San Francisco and LA. It's way short of it. After years of work and overruns, like those contractors are some of the wealthiest people in the world, I guarantee you that. Because that money goes to those contractors. They just did a number on the wallet of the people of California. That train, you should look at that train. That is the greatest. I've never seen cost overruns. I've seen cost overruns and great incompetence over my life. I've never seen anything like that.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country? Yeah. And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did. The people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. People are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. But when they opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, yeah, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that, there's a system. They come in without courts and they go out, they want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden. And they want to stay, and we don't want them. And they come from jails, and they come from mental institutions, and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christy, and Tom Holman, and all of the people, Pete Hegseth, all of the people involved did an amazing job. We stopped a disaster. And it looks like a planned disaster, this didn't just happen. They had weapons, they had tools, they had everything you needed. I mean, they were throwing iced water in bottles, in glass bottles, at officers and at soldiers. You could not use the word insurrection, but you could also use the word, these are very dangerous people, they're bad people. They were met with heavy force and they folded. And they may be there a little bit tonight, they may be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it, what's left over, because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean. And I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term, and they didn't do it. We had COVID, and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing down. But Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man and incompetent government. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, any message to adversaries as the Army kicks off 250-year birthday celebration?
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. Recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot, as you know. I don't have to get into that. But I called up other countries. They're all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory. And we're the one that won the war. Okay, if it wasn't for us, that war, you would be speaking German right now, okay? We won the war, and you might be speaking Japanese too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're gonna be celebrating big on Saturday. We're gonna have a lot of, and if there's any protester wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that wanna protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, press. Let's move out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, President Trump meets the press. That was live from the Oval Office, and we wanted to interrupt our conversation to bring you into that one. That is of course, most.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great toothpaste that I have. It's structural nano silver toothpaste. Has no fluoride. Use it every day. It's going to whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the health of your gum line, improve your gum line, reduce inflammation at the gum line. And with good oral hygiene, you're helping your overall dental health, but you're also helping with vascular health and valvular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this toothpaste. Get a few tubes of this for your household. It's a very high quality toothpaste. Use it every day. It's literally the best toothpaste that you can buy, all right? Also, please go to my store and get the Max 14 or Cleanse. Max 14, you take a teaspoon a day, you swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20 seconds or 30 seconds, and then swallow it. And what that will do is that's going to help improve the oral cavity health and the oral pharynx, improve the health of the epithelial lining, and help with the mucosal barrier. Or you can take Cleanse. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Max 14 is 14 parts per million. You take it the same way. It's the first part of my four pillar protocol called the core. All right. And then the first pillar is the max 14, max 35, or Cleanse. Max 35 is sold out at the moment, but I will get it in stock soon. And max 14 is also part of that first pillar. Now, with that first pillar, you're boosting up your immune system by doing that, right? The second pillar is C60, which is going to soak up free radicals, and it's very potent, and that will bring down cellular stress, right? And also help with mitochondrial health. The third pillar is turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up that immune system. But you're also bringing down inflammation that helps with the vascular system. Because by bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque formation. And the fourth pillar is a Boomer Boost. It's a powder. You take it every day, and that will rev up your metabolism and allow for a steady burn of energy throughout the day. That's the core. And by taking the core and stacking it with other stuff, like the probiotics and the multivitamin and the omega-3s and all these other supplements, you can customize your protocol and slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system. All right, with that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you use discount 5 and you will get $5 off any order. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos, so please click the link, go to my store. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do, because all these videos are for free, and improve your health.
Hold its ground here. President Trump was doubling down. He said he didn't think that he deployed the National Guard fast enough. But of course, California is suing over allegations that he bypassed the governor on this decision. How much is the legal fight really going to impact the optics that we end up see playing out here?
Yeah, I think it's totally on the side of Governor Newsom, right? I mean, the reality is there's a lot of precedent for the president to be able to trigger the National Guard in times of emergency. He's the sole determinator of what an emergency is. And so it's pretty clear to me that the response from California, from Governor Newsom, was he needed to do something to push back on the political dynamic of President Trump bringing troops into the state. And, you know, the legal suit is probably the best and most graphic way for him to do it. But I don't think anybody is confident that either he'll prevail or that they'll get some press traction outside of the incredible graphic images coming out of LA that somehow is going to inure to his benefit. So I think it was a political ploy. It was probably the best of a group of options that weren't particularly useful. And I think you're, like the president's comments just a minute ago, it was as much about politics as it was about the situation on the ground in LA. And I think the governor's just sort of playing the same game.
Jeannie, we have to take a close look at everything that's going on here, because things can become inflamed. And to Rick's point, you look at the images, you see burning robo-taxis on an abandoned highway in LA with guys in riot gear, and you start wondering what country you're in or what year it is. But the fact of the matter is, these troops, in particular the Marines who were deployed, are standing by on federal property to protect buildings, right? Where they're not actually going out arresting people in the streets or pointing weapons at people. We have to be clear about that, don't we?
Absolutely. You know, the president was asked a question about exactly what the mission of the National Guard and the Marines is as they're out there. And the reality is that the National Guard and the Marines can protect federal buildings, as you just mentioned. They can guard them. But unless we have, under the Insurrection Act, which the president has not invoked at this point, They cannot do more. They cannot arrest, they cannot touch, and they cannot handle people. And that was another one of the misleading comments the president made when he said we, which makes it sound like the federal government, have been taking people into custody. That's not what's been happening. People taken into custody for the protests have been by the LAPD. Obviously, ICE can take people into custody and rightly should if they are in the country illegally. But we need to be very clear on that. And the president, when he was asked, did not talk about the mission of the Marines and the National Guard as they are there.
Right. Still a lot of big questions on the execution on this front. Rick, I want to ask you about also sort of the bigger picture here. We had Henrietta Treyes of Beta Partners on Bloomberg Television this morning, who, as you're about to hear, she said that the timing of these protests in Los Angeles, the focus on immigration, is actually welcome news for the White House trying to accomplish some other policy agenda items.
They got to love it. And the timing is perfect. Tomorrow or Thursday, the Judiciary Committee is putting out their $175 billion package that is going to spend money on immigration. And one of the things that has been lost in the last week of Elon Musk and Donald Trump feuding over Twitter is that the whole package, the reason we're doing one big beautiful bill instead of two, is because there's a tremendous amount of dessert in this bill. There's $350 billion in funding for the military and immigration.
Rick, where do you come down on this? Does this help to advance other policy points for this administration?
Yeah, as we have heard just then and earlier in the discussion around the poll that recently came out from Ipsos, immigration is the bread and butter of this administration right now. They're under pressure with voters about their handling of the economy and some other issues like the tariffs and trade. But immigration, they still have a very strong foothold here, and they want to press the point. And so the fact that there is, this kind of a push for deportation. Stephen Miller went over to the Department of Homeland Security last week and said, hey, we've got to get more people deported. We're not even keeping up with the Biden administration's first year in office. And so this ramping up of deportations that have triggered some of this activity in California, it's all part of a game plan overall to position the administration as being tough on immigration, being tough on illegal immigrants in the United States, and partly because the original border debate that really got Donald Trump into the immigration issue, stopping immigrants at the border, enforcing legal immigration, has all but dried up. I mean, there's really not much of an issue. Trump administration policies have scared away immigrants coming over the border illegally. And so the next big act in that screenplay is what's going on internally in the U.S. And so that's why I think you see so much ramping up, which could include the president's motivation to trigger the National Guard going in to protect these assets that you've described. So, yes, I think it's all part of a broader effort to the administration to be strong on enforcement, strong on deportation, strong on funding for these priorities, all of which really excite the base. And frankly, a lot of independent voters have been concerned for a long time about immigration, and they see the president doing something. Maybe they don't understand exactly how it works, but they see action, and that's what this first 125 days have been, lots of action.
We certainly got some powerful optics here, and that does appear to be the consensus among many on this program, that the optics and the politics are playing well for President Trump right now. And of course, all of this could evolve and change into a very different world. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana will be back with us in our second hour here on Balance of Power. Many thanks to both of you for a great conversation. And thanks to Tyler Kendall for being part of the first hour of Balance of Power. Don't be a stranger. You're back next.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gel that I have. You can get it in a tube form or in a quick dispenser. Make sure you have some of this gel at home and at work. You never know when you need it, and it's dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. So guys, after you shave your face, put it on. It'll help to soothe the razor burn. Ladies, if you're shaving your legs, make sure you use this to help heal your skin. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on your skin either at night or during the day and then exfoliate later in the day or in the morning. but you can use it every day on your skin. In addition, if you have a cut, you use it on the cut or a minor burn or an abrasion. It'll help to heal it quicker. And if you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, put this on your hands, around your eyes, around your nose, around your mouth, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils, stays active for 5.5 hours. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Really important to make sure you have that available. Now let's talk about a stack that's important for your cardiovascular health and your brain function. All right. Omega-3 is going to help prevent red blood cells from over sticking. That prevents overclotting. All right. So that's really important. Also, taking omega-3 will bring down systemic inflammation. And omega-3, taking it every day, is going to help you to control your lipid profile. It's going to help bring down LDL and increase your HDL levels. That's important because less LDL means less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque formation in your vascular system. So taking omega-3 every day is super important. Now stack it with vitamin B complex. Vitamin B complex is super important, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Vitamin B, the first 4 B vitamins, is going to help with the mitochondria. So you're going to have more energy. It's going to help with the health of the mitochondria. So you'll have more ATP, super important for your cells, including your neurons. Also, vitamin B complex helps with cellular metabolism. So your cells are going to perform better. Your neurons are going to perform better. And vitamin B12 helps protect neurons. So take this stack, the vitamin B complex and the omega-3 together, help with your cardiovascular health and your brain function and cellular metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Tuesday edition, as House Republicans look across the divide to the upper chamber to find President Trump's big, beautiful bill. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. An important day here in the nation's capital, Kaylee. We're about to learn a lot about what stays in and what might come out of this bill with action on both sides of the Capitol.
Yeah, of course, some of that being driven by senators who want changes, some of it being driven by procedure and the Senate parliamentarian, which is going to rule what can and cannot be included in this bill for budgetary purposes. That is something the House is going to have to grapple with when things return to that chamber. And we're going to speak more about that this hour with the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, who of course had a pretty difficult time hammering out the tax details in the House the first go around. Jason Smith is going to be with us in just a few minutes.
I can only imagine what's going through his head right now as they wait for changes to come back from the Senate, but important, the Rules Committee is going to get together on the House side about an hour from now, Kaylee, in an attempt to maybe tweak some of this language to make it more palatable to the Senate. We'll get a sense from the chairman about what that might include.
In the meantime, we're still waiting to get a sense of the progress being made in London as U.S. and China trade talks continue for a second day. Negotiators right now, Joe, are on a break. taking some time for dinner, going to return at 8 p.m. local time to try and hammer out the technical details of this agreement that we initially thought was reached in Geneva last month.
Got to think that means progress if they're not calling it a night. And suggest we could have some news on the late edition of Balance of Power, but not for a few more hours as they get dinner, to your point right now, in a late session for U.S.-China talks, all part of our program today.
Indeed. And as always, we kick off our program with the check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look at that from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much indeed. Keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest developments from London, also Los Angeles. Developing story out of the Middle East at this hour. Sirens now sounding in Tel Aviv and in other areas of Israel. We'll keep you posted as we learn more. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing right now. A lot of green on the screen right now. Best level of the day on the S&P, up 23 right now. A lot of that having to do with trade optimism out of London. The S&P higher by 0.4%. The Dow up 115 right now, gain there of 0.3%, while NASDAQ up 73 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain right now of 0.4%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 Index pushing higher, up 0.7%. The 10-year at 4.46%, the 2-year 3.99%. Spot gold down $4 the ounce, down 0.1%, 33.21 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 0.1%, 65.34 barrel. The U.S. is projecting crude output will fall in 2026, the first drop since 2021. A retreat right now for Bitcoin, little changed at 108,765 on Bitcoin. Boeing scored the highest monthly order intake in more than a year, including a huge haul during President Trump's trip to the Middle East, giving the American plane maker a commercial boost as it heads into the crucial Paris Air Show next week. Boeing shares, they're down now by 1.1%. ADRs of rival Airbus also lower, down 0.8%. Recapping stocks higher. S&P right now up by 22 points, up 0.4%. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington once again. Your hosts, Joe Matthew and Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet checking on the markets for us from New York. Thank you so much. Of course, markets, just like all of us here in Washington, are eagerly awaiting news out of London to see if an actual agreement or re-agreement, shall we say, can be reached between the U.S. and China as high-level negotiators are continuing later this evening to try to hammer out the details of this trade agreement. The principals, of course, taking a dinner break for now. They're expected to reconvene at 8 p.m. local time, 3 p.m. Eastern, Joe. So this could go well into late afternoon here in the U.S. before we get any kind of readout.
Could be an all-nighter, I guess. Theoretically, Howard Lutnick, on his way to a break earlier, said talks have been fruitful. They are trying to be optimistic here, whether they're close to something, a re-agreement. I like what you came up with there, because we're really just going back a couple of weeks in time, not even as far as Liberation Day. So if they get through this now, rare earths, batteries, and the rest, that would potentially unlock larger talks on actual reciprocal tariffs, you like to think?
Yeah, considering we are up against a mid-August deadline for all of that to be.
Clock's ticking on a lot of stuff around here, not just reconciliation. We're going to get to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee in just a moment. First, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall covering the White House for us with the latest on talks and the latest from the president. Tyler, this could go well into the evening here. Donald Trump, I'm sure, is waiting for news, but this would be just the beginning.
Right, exactly. We have to think about what the objectives of this round of talks are. As you're alluding to, we're not really expecting tariffs to come down during these talks in London, but really we're trying to get both sides to feel comfortable that they're both respecting the agreement that was outlined in Geneva. Really at the heart of that is export controls, as both sides accuse each other of ramping up restrictions on products that they rely on. Now, yesterday, I asked President Trump at the White House if he had given his negotiating team any sort of limits when it comes to export controls. And he was a little non-committal, but he didn't rule anything out. But it's important because at the end of the day, we're going to have to see if there is this willingness from the United States part to ultimately lift some of these restrictions that they've put into place. Now, people familiar do tell Bloomberg News that this would likely be those most recent restrictions on the software that goes into AI chips, the jet engines, things like that that have recently been imposed. But of course, the key sticking here, Joe and Kaylee, is that the U.S. needs to see assurances that China is going to ramp up and speed up those export licenses when it comes to critical minerals.
Well, and this was the nature of a lot of our conversations we were having with trade experts yesterday, that the U.S. has actual national security considerations that it needs to take into account when it's deciding what export controls to lift, whereas China can just kind of turn the critical mineral switch on and off at will. How does the U.S. guarantee that China sticks to its word?
Exactly. Also, when you look at how China controls 70% of the world's production when it comes to rare earths that are so essential to these supply chains. Of course, this goes hand in hand with the broader administration's goal when they talk about de-risking instead of decoupling from China. And there's a lot of focus here on how Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is part of these talks. He wasn't there in Geneva. Of course, the Commerce Department really has the oversight when it comes to these export controls. And that was seen as a positive step that these things could be on the table. But we should also point out the split screen that we saw last week in Washington, the same day that President Trump had his phone call with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Howard Lutnick was on Capitol Hill telling lawmakers that he actually thinks there needs to be tighter enforcement when it comes to these export controls. So how that's really going to play out, it seems like the Commerce Department is ramping up these talks in that direction.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Thank you so much. And Tyler reminding us of something important, which is that the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who's currently still in London at these talks, is technically scheduled to testify before the House Ways and Means Committee tomorrow morning on the budget for the fiscal year.
Yeah, I'm not sure how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
It does bring us to matters, of course, on Capitol Hill, though. Kaylee, and some big questions about what happens to the big, beautiful bill if we are going to be in store for some changes as soon as today.
Indeed. And it's on that note, we turn to Capitol Hill now, where we're joined live by the chair of the House Ways and Means Committee, the Republican congressman from Missouri, Jason Smith, back with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate you being here on Balance of Power. As we consider the changes that are underway in the Senate, have you been read in to what the Senate parliamentarian is saying needs to be stripped from this package?
Yeah, the Senate parliamentarian has been ruling on various different items. It's really have not been that many, especially when it comes to the tax policy. These are things that we have been very careful that when we were trying to draft the legislation over on the House side, that it would be BIRD compliant and be able to follow the rules of reconciliation, and that would fly for the parliamentarian. However, a few things that might have to be changed will be done before we send the final bill over to.
Well, and what are those few things, Mr. Chairman? What are they?
We're still waiting for the final analysis, but when it comes to some tax policies that were discussed, for example, provisions that was in the bill that affect non-for-profits that are funding terrorism. That was not a budgetary impact, and so it had to be taken out. It's things like that, nothing of major significance that will alter the bill. The biggest things that I think is still left to be decided by the Senate parliamentarian when it comes to tax policy is eliminating the employment tax credit, and also something in regards to Purple Heart designation.
Interesting. Mr. Chairman, I know there's an important Rules Committee meeting on the House side about an hour from now. Will those changes be made in that session so you can do this before it's technically in the hands of the Senate?
I don't serve on the Rules Committee, but it's very possibly those changes will be made before it is released to the Senate. And the Senate is working around the clock on this bill. They've been working with their fellow colleagues over in the Senate and trying to thread the needle that we thread over in the House of Representatives. It's very, very tough to thread that needle when you look at the debt and deficit hawks that some want to cut more money, others think you're cutting too much. It's the same way with all the green credits. Some folks want the green credits eliminated immediately. Others want to use a scalpel and look at an approach. And it's the same with the state and local tax deduction.
To be another budget reconciliation package later down the line. And Mr. Chairman, I wonder what your response to that is.
That's a no-go. It would be dead on arrival. The senators need to know that we have followed through. We passed this one big, beautiful bill. It's what the president has asked. They need to do the same thing. There's no reason for those senators to kick the can down the road on priorities that the president campaigned on. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. These are items that the president spoke at every one of his rallies, and 77 million people voted for him. The House delivered on it. The Senate will deliver on it as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we just arrived at one deal breaker in your words here, and I wonder what some of the others are. You hear all the same talk that everybody hears. In fact, I'm sure you know a lot more about it than we do, which is why we're glad to have you with us today. When you talk about changes to SALT, you talk about pulling out the so-called revenge tax, maybe some of the green incentives that are in there. What's the deal breaker on the House side? Because the conventional wisdom we keep hearing is the Freedom Caucus will deal with it. If the SALT number stays where it is, for instance, that some of the issues from the more conservative members of the House will have to be dealt with because you need to keep the moderates, the New York, New Jersey, California delegation.
The S&P 500 is going up here. It's at 6,033. It's up 27.5 points.
I've seen a bill 215 to 214 in the House of Representatives. You have to thread a very narrow needle, and that's what the deal breaker could be, is if the Senate adjusts it too much one way or the other. You could either lose members of the right flank, or you could lose members on the left flank. And so those are things that we're balancing, and that is what could be fatal. But failure is not an option. We're going to get this done. Leader Thune, Chairman Crapo, they are navigating it over on their side of the building, and they understand the huge dynamics that we have within the House of Representatives, and they're going to make some changes over there, but I don't see those to be mega changes that are going to be catastrophic. It's going to be changes that probably will make the bill better.
Well, what about the change specifically, or the decision to drop the AI regulation moratorium? Have you heard from colleagues in the House as to whether or not that's a deal breaker for any of them?
We've had colleagues in the House that has raised a lot of concerns about it. Of course, that was not in the Ways and Means jurisdiction whenever it was put in, but it's something I think that the Senate, I know that the Senate is definitely addressing.
I'm curious as well about some of the green incentives, Mr. Chairman. There's reporting that more than 30 owners of rural energy companies are swarming the Hill today, knocking on doors. Maybe they've been knocking on yours to urge Republican lawmakers to preserve clean energy tax credits. Let's put EVs aside and the whole Elon Musk conversation. When it comes to wind and solar, if those are restored in the Senate, is that a deal breaker in the House?
So we cut over $500 billion of the green energy credits. This is something that the president called for. This is something that the majority of the House Republicans called for. You have to understand, not one Republican in the House or the Senate voted for these green credits in the Inflation Reduction Act. And so we tried to use a very balanced approach so that it didn't rip the rug from underneath industries that have invested already within the current tax policies. And we figured out a way to phase it out over a period of time. You just have to be balanced. We cannot be extreme in just ripping them away. We cannot be extreme in not taking them away. So it's right in the middle. You have to be right in the middle, and that's what we're doing.
Well, and as you talk about needing to be right in the middle, how this is a very difficult line to walk for both chambers, Mr. Chairman, when we consider the Congressional Budget Office yesterday released another estimate of when the U.S. will reach the X date, when it can no longer fulfill its debt obligations, guessing that could be as soon as mid-August when you and your colleagues are on recess. Can you rule out entirely that the debt ceiling is not going to have to be addressed separately if by the end of July this bill has not worked its way through both chambers? What odds would you put around that?
The House has increased the debt ceiling. We've addressed that in the One Big Beautiful Bill. The Senate needs to act. We have said all along, let's put this bill on the president's desk by July 4th, and then you have nothing to worry about. The Senate trying to break different items in 15 different bills is a no-go. We have delivered in the House. They need to deliver in the Senate.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if you've had a chance to speak with Elon Musk or any of his allies since he took a position of opposition on this bill, and whether he's giving members of the Freedom Caucus or anyone in the Republican conference in the House, or for that matter, Republicans in the Senate, cover to vote no.
Let me just say this. The bill that we passed, the One Big Beautiful Bill, is the largest cut to spending in the history of our country, almost $1.7 trillion. With all the great work that Elon and Doge has done in cutting, they cut $175 billion in 5 months. The bill that we passed out of the House cut $1.69 trillion. Could we cut more? I would love to cut more, but it's still the largest cut in the history of America. And that's what I like to point out. Whenever people try to use the accounting measure saying that it's going to add $2+ trillion to the deficit, I believe that that is funny math, because what they are referring to is existing tax policy is going to cost roughly $4 trillion. And that's not the case. Our revenues into this country right now is 17.2% of GDP. And if you look at the historic level over the last 50 years, revenues to GDP has been right at 17%. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem.
Well, finally, Mr. Chairman, on the revenue side, tariffs, of course, factor into that equation. And just quickly, we have a minute left here on tariffs. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, is currently still in London working on trade negotiations with China that are expected to go late into the night local time. Are you still expecting him before the committee for his testimony tomorrow morning?
I am still expecting him before the committee. It looks like he may have a long night, but I'm grateful for the work that he's doing, Howard Lutnick and Ambassador Greer is doing, because they are working and representing the United States when it comes to China and all the other countries coming to the table to make sure that the American worker, American manufacturer, and American farmer is treated fairly on a world stage.
You may need stronger coffee tomorrow morning, Mr. Chairman. This ought to be interesting.
Energy drinks for them.
All right, I guess we lost Congressman Jason Smith, Republican chair of the House Ways and Means Committee. Wanted that last word. We'll assemble our panel next. Yeah, okay. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzino are on the way in here on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. Make sure you have some at work and at home, just in case you need them. You never know when you need them. But I have 3 flavors in the drop form. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 drops in each bag. You can get it in cherry flavor, lemon and honey and lemon, and blueberry. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops. I also have the lozenges in stock in elderberry and zinc. The lozenges are larger. You get 21 in each bag. So make sure you get a few bags for your household, for work or for home. You never know when you need it. Once you have that irritation, that throat irritation, take them right away to mitigate the problem. Very important. Make sure the moment you have that problem, that irritation, no matter what the season is, take them right away. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. It's all caps. Discount the number 5, and you get $5 off.
7:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A lot of green on the screen today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all advancing. S&P 500 index higher now by 26 points, now trading at 6,032. We are off session highs, but stocks are holding close to records as traders keep an eye on those U.S.-China trade talks in London. We'll keep you updated on the latest developments there. The Dow up 137 now, up by about 0.3%. NASDAQ higher by 76 for the NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain right now of 0.3%. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.47%, the 2-year 4.00%. Gold now little change, down $5 the ounce, down by about 0.1%, 33.20. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.1%, 65.33 for a barrel of WTI. Israeli military officials now say the reason for the sounding of those sirens in Tel Aviv and other areas of Israel was because a missile was launched from Yemen. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has convened a meeting with members of the negotiating team and others, quote, in light of some progress in hostage negotiations. J.M. Smucker shares are trading lower today. They are now down by 15%, the most in nearly 4 decades, after saying tariffs increasing costs in its coffee business will hurt profit. And a growing chorus of advisors inside and outside the Trump administration are pushing another name to serve as the next chair of the Federal Reserve, and that is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 26, up 0.4%. And Balanced Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, keeping us up to date on the market action today. Meantime, we're keeping you up to date on the continuing drama over protests in Los Angeles, where, of course, we've seen the deployment of another 2,000 National Guard members after the initial 2,000 members deployed over the weekend. And, of course, 700 Marines, active duty Marines, have now arrived in Los Angeles as well, as President Trump describes that as an effort necessary to keep Los Angeles from burning and to control the activity we're seeing. But he also said in the Oval Office while speaking to reporters in the last hour that he spoke with California's Governor Gavin Newsom a day ago. To quote the president, called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job. To which the governor is now responding, there was no call. Joe, he says, not even a voicemail.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom going on to write that Americans should be alarmed that a president deploying Marines onto our streets doesn't even know who he is talking to. Kind of taking a page from Trump, the way he talks about Joe Biden. Let's assemble our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributors Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are on board with us today, back together for the first time in over a week. Rick is our Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress and Bloomberg Politics contributor. Jeannie, we keep hearing that this is good politics for Donald Trump. This seems like it's pretty good politics for Gavin Newsom, too. What do you think?
It is. And, you know, I share Gavin Newsom's use of the word alarm, but probably not for the same reason he's using it. I am alarmed that a president would say just minutes ago in the Oval Office that if you're going to protest on the 250th anniversary, you will be met with heavy force without differentiating that peaceful protest is one of the linchpins of being an American, our right to speak and assemble. I'm alarmed that he would send troops in without being asked by the governor, but I'm also alarmed on the Democratic side that they are playing into this theatricality. The reality is that we do need a solution to immigration. And the kind of solution we need is not this performative back and forth of, you know, our leaders on social media yelling at each other. It is a legislation out of Congress like Rick's former boss, John McCain, put together. That's what we need. And what's alarming is we are nowhere close to there. And oh, by the way, we have a director of Homeland Security who went on TV last night and said everybody in LA is a criminal. That kind of performative nonsense is not what we need. We need solutions.
Well, when we consider the performance, if you will, Rick, and the continued escalation we see, President Trump was asked in the Oval Office by a reporter if he would consider invoking the Insurrection Act. And he said, if there's an insurrection, I will invoke the Insurrection Act. That, of course, would carve out what is not allowed thanks to the Posse Comitatus Act, which is the U.S. military acting in a law enforcement capacity. Do you really believe the president would go there?
You know, it's hard to tell in these circumstances. You know, he gets a question, he feels like he's got to answer the question, and I thought it was actually pretty non-committal. But look, I mean, the difference between the Marines going to California and protecting the assets of the federal government, you know, courthouses and federal government centers where some of the deportees are being held, that's one thing. But then, you know, basically them acting as a police squad in any jurisdiction of America is going to have a different reaction. Right now, we're debating whether or not a phone call was made or who asked for what. In that case, when you take that kind of constitutional action where you suspend Posse Comitatus, I think you would see a national dialogue erupt of epic proportions, because you really wonder at what point does the violence have to occur to have that triggered in a Donald Trump administration. And I don't think we know the answer to that question. And pretty much I don't think he did either when he answered the question today. So stay tuned on this. Luckily, it looks like some of the riots have dispelled in LA and it's starting to quiet down. So hopefully it won't matter in this instance. But I think it's definitely a page to watch.
Interesting as we learn more about some of the folks who were arrested, Jeannie. Isn't that interesting? We're not hearing very much about what went behind these arrests. In some cases, there were violent criminals. We heard about a handful of them, but we're learning more now as well about, for instance, Juan Fernando, detained by ICE at his job at a clothing factory, transported back to the country he had left behind without much time passed. I mean, the same day he was pulled out of his job and immediately deported. His family is asking for due process. Are we going to go through this all over again with this group like we did with those deported to El Salvador?
I think we probably will. The reality is Donald Trump deserves credit for shutting the border. We need common sense immigration reform, and it is neither cost effective nor enforceable for the United States to deport people who have been here, many of them brought as young people, for their entire lives, who are working and paying taxes, to pick them up at Home Depot or like you're talking about these people. Criminals, absolutely, but that was part of the DACA. And Donald Trump had embraced some of that in the past. Now he is being pushed by the likes of Stephen Miller, as is ICE, to deport 2,000 to 3,000 people per day. That means you go to peaceful tax-paying people who, by the way, are paying taxes and helping our economy. It is not a common sense solution to a real crisis and problem we've long had. And the president should be called out for not working with Congress to get a deal done. This is the same person, for electoral reasons in January, blew up, much to the dismay of Republicans, a very strong immigration bill that could have moved us forward. That's what Americans should be alarmed about.
Well, when we consider immigration-related legislation, though, Rick, the White House in recent days has been very quick to point everyone to the fact that the one big beautiful bill working its way through the Hill right now does include funding for more ICE agents, more customs agents, more Border Patrol agents. How does that factor into the overall likelihood of the bill sailing through, or at least getting through easier, shall we say?
Yeah, I would say the one item that has not generated much controversy at this point in time in the big, beautiful bill, the reconciliation bill, has been money for the Homeland Security and for Department of Defense and their portion on things like building the wall. So the reality is this is one there most Republicans have been jumping on board. It's gotten some criticism for being a big spending item. You know, we just talked to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Basically, from what I could tell, what he was saying is we've cut enough, don't need to cut any more. And so probably no appetite in the House side, I guess, to go after those funds. But the reality is it's a significant over $300 billion commitment at a time when border security seems to be handled pretty well. And so it's really deportations. And I could just add, there have been more deportations in the first year at this point in time in the Biden administration than it is today. Donald Trump's deporting fewer people. So it's not the issue of deportation as it exists. That's happened throughout all the administrations. It's the tactics under which they're using the deportation rules to their advantage.
Well, it's a really important point to make. Rick, it's kind of ironic, Jeannie. Remember, the big argument was, do we do this in one big, beautiful bill? That's why we call it that, because the other option was to break it in two. That was the John Thune option. Get the border money out the door, and we'll spend time on taxes and the rest, which will be more difficult to debate. Well, here we are. One big, beautiful bill was the answer. And it's kind of ironic that based on current events, it is in fact the border component that could help push this over the finish line, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ironic, or it is something that the the administration helped to sort of push forward. But the reality
this was all part
is
of the plan, is what you're saying.
I don't know, but I'm not sure it's ironic. But the reality is that this bill funds the border. That is fine. But what we need is immigration reform. We have 6 to 7 million people in this country. The government doesn't even know, they can't tell you, who were brought here as babies and children.
Oh, so she's pushing amnesty.
Them to a place or push them out to a place they've never been and know nothing about while they have done nothing wrong. Very few Americans support that tactic. We have to find a common sense pathway to citizenship.
No, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Jeannie. You have a liberal or ultra-liberal agenda where you're bringing in massive amounts of people illegally. You make the problem so bad that the only solution after is amnesty. And what will happen is that years later, the same thing will happen, and there's going to be a big flood of individuals. They'll fester for years, and eventually they get amnesty. How is that right for people that come to the United States legally? Or how is that right even for just our tax services to our elderly or our veterans? These illegal aliens are using up services that should be going to U.S. citizens, not illegals.
Is likely to pass.
So what it is by giving amnesty, you're rewarding bad behavior. Oh, they pay taxes. They broke the law. They came here illegally. They knew they were coming here illegally.
Jeannie, would it help Democrats if this did not fizzle out and in fact spread to other cities as we consider messaging ahead of the midterms?
Maybe politically, but, I think many Americans are tired of thinking about this from a political lens. I mean, we need solutions. Yeah. And so, if it helps Democrats, that's fine for Democrats. But it doesn't help the United States as a whole not to treat people the way they should be treated and to keep people brought here as children here, contributing to society and making us the best we can. So I think that's also important as in addition to the political end.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick.
If we give amnesty to the ones that came to the United States illegally, then there needs to be, if that happens in Congress, there needs to be an absolute guarantee that no more illegal aliens are coming across the border ever again. And strict, very strict border law. That is supported by deportation. But that's not what we'll get. We'll get amnesty. We'll have a bill that passes for amnesty, and this will fester again years later, and the same thing's going to happen, and just more illegals will come, and they will be rewarded for breaking the law. They will be rewarded for being an illegal. Not being an illegal immigrant, but an illegal immigrant. They will be rewarded for it. It's crazy. It's really crazy what's going on in this world. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the D3. D3 is a gene expression cofactor, really important for your cells. D3 will also help to absorb calcium. It works better when you take magnesium in your diet or in your supplementation. Vitamin D3 also helps to get cells to go into apoptosis. Vitamin D3 can help with vascular health and bone density. Make sure you do weight training. Vitamin K2, MK7 molecule will help with your vascular system. It'll help to pull out some of that calcium depositing, reduce the chances of further calcium depositing. And when you stack it with D3, there's a synergistic effect. In addition, by doing resistance training, K2, MK7 molecule with the D3 will help to build bone density. And olive leaf extract, it's a dual purpose product. It'll bring down inflammation, so that's going to help with the vascular system, because less inflammation means less plaque buildup. And less inflammation will help to boost up your immune system. Chronic inflammation is immunosuppressive. You don't want that. Olive leaf extract will bring down LDL levels. It'll help to bring down those LDL levels and help to raise those HDL levels. When you control your lipid profile, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup, because higher levels of LDL that's oxidized increases your chances of plaque buildup. So please take the olive leaf extract to reduce the chances of plaque buildup. So when you stack it with the K2 and the D3, you get an added benefit. So by stacking the D3, the K2, and the olive leaf extract, that's supercharging your vascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you do the 4 modalities of exercise, which is cardio, resistance training, stretching, and balancing exercise is super important. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Developing story affecting New York City residential real estate. Just getting word that a federal judge is refusing to block a New York City law that would require landlords rather than their tenants to pay fees for hiring listing brokers, handing the real estate industry another setback in its legal fight to prevent enforcement before the measure goes into effect on June 11th. Again, the headline bears repeating: a judge has refused to block that New York City broker fee law set to begin June 11th. Stocks higher right now. We're off session highs, but still looking at a 19-point gain in the S&P 500 index, now at 6,025, up by about 0.3%. The Dow up 101, up 0.2%. Nasdaq up 38, higher now by 0.2%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.5%. We're looking at a 10-year currently yielding 4.46%. The 2-year 4.00%. Spot gold down $2 the ounce. Little change there. Right now looking at a loss of just about 0.1%. 33.24 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, 65.17 a barrel, while Bitcoin just about flat on the day at 108,745. Paramount Global is cutting several hundred employees due to a continuing decline in the cable TV industry and the broader economic landscape. Paramount shares, they're trading higher. Paramount Global up now by 1.2%. Again, repeating the headline we brought you moments ago, a judge is refusing to block that New York City broker fee law set to begin June 11th. Recapping, S&P up 0.4%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Breaking news on the markets and well beyond. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Live from New York. We are here in Washington where we're bracing for news on a couple of fronts here. Most immediately, a Rules Committee meeting in the House that starts about 20 minutes from right now. Kaylee, they could bring changes to the president's so-called big, beautiful bill before they have to be addressed in the Senate. This is kind of an interesting moment as these two chambers try to reconcile their differences before this blows up into a big public spat, because once the Senate finishes its work, sends the bill back, it could be a little different by then.
Yeah, because the Senate is going to be informed by the decision-making of the Senate parliamentarian, which will actually rule what does constitute a budgetary matter and what doesn't, as there were a number of provisions in the original House bill that maybe won't pass muster on that front. That's just some of the work, of course, that the Senate has underway. There's other tweaks they want to make to the bill as well, regardless of whether or not they are truly budgetary in nature. And earlier today, our colleague David Weston, who of course hosts Wall Street Week on Bloomberg, had the chance to speak with one sitting U.S. Senator who just joined the chamber this year. The Republican senator from Pennsylvania, David McCormick, sat down with him for an interview at the Union League Club for the Economic Club of New York earlier today. Here's part of their conversation.
The people that I met on the campaign trail were voting for change. They wanted change. They wanted an economy that worked for them, that worked for working families. They wanted trade policies that they felt were fair. They wanted a border that was secure and didn't sacrifice their families. And that's the agenda that I largely ran on, which was to help working families build opportunity, fair trade, not free trade. I was someone who negotiated with China 20 years ago for free trade deals, and I'm now one who believes that we need to be focused on reciprocity and fairness. We can talk more about that. People that wanted the border closed, wanted law and order, and essentially wanted their fair shake. And so if we talk about the big, beautiful bill, we talk about the border policies, we talk about trade, we talk about immigration. The framing of the policies starts, I think, with those experiences in Pennsylvania. And, I'm about 150, 160 days into the job, so I'm still figuring it out. But I would say I'm very, very privileged to be able to do it. I'm the 54th elected senator from Pennsylvania. But I think I have a unique perspective because I now have learned what's going on the ground in a way that I had grown away from since I left for West Point. And I also, as I said, I have some perspective as someone who sat in this room with all of you. So I'm delighted to have a chance to share that today. Honored to be here. And David, why don't I turn to you and you can take it away.
Okay, Senator, thank you so much. That was very helpful to set up. So let's pick up on exactly what you talked about and what you learned from traveling all around Pennsylvania for the working men and women, if I can put it that way, and particularly people who are not having an easy time of it. What makes this bill beautiful? It's big. There's no question it's big. But what makes it beautiful for them?
Well, I think the starting point for this, and it's in some ways very advantageous to the people in this room and to them, is that if we don't pass the bill, we have the largest tax increase in history. And so, there's lots of media around this, but essentially, if you look at the bill, if you're a family that makes $50,000 a year, if we don't pass this bill, your taxes go up by $2,000 a year, $2,500. So it affects everybody. The large majority of the tax benefit for individual rates, 60% of it goes to people that make $400,000 or below, despite the fact that 80% of the taxes are paid by the people that make 10% or at the highest end of the 10%. But in addition to that, it's very pro-growth.
Senator David McCormick, the Republican from Pennsylvania at the Economic Club of New York. with Bloomberg's David Weston. Just another look at this reconciliation effort that's underway right now, and as we mentioned, could provide news later on today. Of course, Kaylee, part of the narrative that's come around this reconciliation bill, something we talked about with our panel and with Jason Smith of the Ways and Means Committee, what's happening right now in Los Angeles, the attention that it's driving to the president's immigration policy could actually help to hasten the passage of this bill because it includes billions of dollars to help at the border.
Yeah, and specifically to have more personnel for ICE, for customs, for border patrol agents as well. That is the messaging that the administration is pushing out there, that what we're seeing take place on the West Coast just adds to the urgency of making sure that this legislation passes.
A lot of questions about what's happening in Los Angeles. We did hear from President Trump earlier today, live in the Oval Office, speaking with reporters. He said if he didn't mobilize the National Guard and the Marine Corps, Los Angeles would be obliterated and would be burning to the ground now, which is quite remarkable based on some of the optics that we've already seen isolated to a corner of Los Angeles. Wanted to get into the grounds, though, for deployment and some of the other language that we've heard with Elizabeth Wydra, Constitutional Accountability Center president and Supreme Court litigator. Elizabeth, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. It's great to have you. The president has suggested that these troops were needed. Absolutely. The National Guard and the Marine Corps were needed to essentially put down a rebellion. Does he have the legal standing, as long as they're on federal property, to keep them there as long as he wants?
You know, the deployment itself is the problem. We have very specific guardrails in the United States to make sure that we live under a civilian authority, not military rule. And so if the president wants to deploy the military, if the president wants to deploy the National Guard without the consent of state and local leaders, there are only extremely specific, rare circumstances under which he can do that. That's invasion. There's no invasion. That's rebellion. There's no rebellion. And if the state and local authorities are unwilling or unable to execute the laws, and we have not seen that the case. The LAPD, state and local authorities, they believe that they were perfectly capable of dealing with the mostly peaceful protests. Yes, there were some instances of violence and destruction, which are abhorrent, but the vast majority of people were exercising their constitutional right to protest, and the deployment of the military and the National Guard is unlawful without any invocation of the Insurrection Act. The president did not have the authority to do what he did, and it wasn't needed on the ground, according to the state and local leaders whose views matter in these circumstances.
Well, I'm glad you raised the Insurrection Act, Elizabeth, because the president was asked directly about that in the Oval Office earlier today, knowing that the military personnel currently deployed do face limitations on the conduct with which they can engage. They can't act in a law enforcement capacity. The Insurrection Act, though, if the president decided to take that step, would give them that power. How should we consider what qualifications need to be met for President Trump to actually declare that an insurrection is underway?
Well, I think there might be close cases of that. I think this one is not one of those close cases. You have people who are protesting immigration raids that they find outrageous, that they find to be an intrusion on their community. Instead of focusing on violent criminal people who are here without authorization, they're rounding up our neighbors and community members who are just trying to work and support their families. So the people are rightfully expressing their outrage and mostly peacefully protesting. So this is not one of those close cases where you're like, is this an insurrection or is it not? And I think the really disturbing message that we're getting here from the deployment of the National Guard and the military is that it does seem as if President Trump is using the military in unprecedented and frankly unlawful ways to further his political agenda. We certainly saw on January 6th, which I think you could make a very good case that there was an insurrection there with the attack on the Capitol. There was a request for National Guard support, and President Trump did not provide that, arguably because it didn't support his agenda. But here, where you see the deployment when people are protesting actions that his administration is taking, that is very disturbing because in America, we don't do that. The military is not supposed to be politicized. It's not supposed to be weaponized to use to pursue a particular agenda or not. Whatever political party you belong to, we should all as Americans be able to agree on that.
Elizabeth, we're hearing from immigrant advocacy groups about some of the folks who have been detained and arrested that led to the protests. We haven't spent much time talking about any of their cases because we don't know that much about them. But apparently many were detained even though they did not have a criminal record. And one particular case came to light in the Washington Post, that of Juan Fernando, who was pulled out of a clothing company where he was working in Los Angeles and was deported so quickly. His parents say they did not have time to get an attorney. It's a pretty remarkable story. He in fact thought he had signed a consent to a coronavirus test, but may have inadvertently signed off on his own deportation, was told to cross an international bridge back to Mexico and was not allowed back. Is this legal?
It definitely doesn't sound legal or in accordance with due process to me. Without knowing more of the facts, of course, but that's part of the problem. And that is what people are protesting. As a Southern Californian myself, our communities are full of people who are hardworking immigrants, some who are unauthorized, who don't have papers, but they are hardworking members of our community.
Doesn't matter how hardworking they are. If they're illegal, they're illegal. Let's just take it to the extreme. What if you're a legal, from her logic, what if you're a legal citizen, but you're not hardworking? Let's say you're lazy. Does that mean that you don't deserve to be here legally? I mean, what is this hardworking crap? It has nothing to do with it. Are they here illegally or legally? It's that simple. Hardworking has nothing to do with it.
Individuals. Have you seen direct evidence to this point of the Trump administration directly flouting the courts when it comes to immigration-related directives?
So we have seen that the actions in court are working to put up the guardrails that the Constitution and the law puts forth. I want to be totally clear that people understand due process applies to every person in this country. There are some rights under the...
That's very true. Due process is very important for everybody. The problem is that there was an orchestrated effort to flood the system so you can't really efficiently have the due process. And that is the problem.
Documented immigrants here get the due process that the Constitution requires. It's part of the foundation of the United States. It's guaranteed in the Constitution, and the courts are ensuring that that happens. And we can only hope that the Trump administration continues to follow court orders and that these guardrails continue to hold. But the people who are going out and saying, this is not what we voted for, are making an important point. They're raising their voices as the Constitution allows them and protects their right to do so.
All right, Elizabeth, we appreciate you joining us here on Balance of Power. Elizabeth.
But no solutions. She doesn't bring up any solutions on how to fast track this stuff to solve the problem. They're just hardworking illegals. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. Take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and this will target multiple systems. It's going to target your brain function, your cardiovascular system, your musculature, and rev up your metabolism and boost up your energy levels. Very important to take every day. Now, take a big scooper once a day, mix it with soft foods or with filtered water or with milk or even with a smoothie, but that is your meal for breakfast or for lunch. And that will allow you to have the nutrients that you need for that meal. You're going to lose weight safely. You're going to have a steady burn of energy. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to sleep better. You're going to be able to build muscle easier. You're going to have more energy. And again, you're also helping with your heart health and your vascular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this. You'll notice a tangible difference within 72 hours of taking this, right? You're going to lose weight safely, and you're going to have a steady burn of energy throughout the whole day with no spiking, So take this every day and stack it with some of the other stuff that I have. It stacks really well with heirloom barley or gladiator barley and Myotrol and that core protocol that I was talking about earlier, which is the Max 14 or Cleanse or Max 35, the C60 it stacks well with, and it also stacks well with the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also get resveratrol. Resveratrol is something that I've been taking for decades. Resveratrol is an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals and help with the health of the mitochondria. It also helps with youthful gene expression. It helps to get rid of cells that are in senescence. If you have cells that just sit there and just stop dividing and have short telomere lengths, they're going to collect garbage and your tissues aren't going to perform better. So you need to get rid of those senescent cells. And in tissues that can repopulate, you're going to be activating adult stem cells and repopulating the tissue with longer telomere lengths. So you're going to have cells that are actually younger in that tissue that can be regenerated. Not all tissues can regenerate. But the bottom line is this: take resveratrol every day, and it's going to slow down the aging process and add health to the tissues. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good afternoon and welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Emily Grafeo here with Matt Miller. We are filling in for Tim Stennebeck and Carol Masser. They're going to be taking the reins in San Diego in just an hour. They're on location for Cisco Live 2025, where they'll be speaking with some of the best and brightest from one of the world's leading technology and networking services companies. In the meantime, Matt and I are here watching markets. We're watching what's going on in LA. And we also have eyes on London, where U.S. and Chinese officials are expected to resume trade talks in just about an hour. Matt, how are you?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing great. We've watched this market do a whole lot of nothing today. And the reason, of course, is that traders are sitting on their hands, waiting for some real results out of U.S.-China negotiations, but also waiting for CPI numbers, which come out tomorrow. And I think really the big event to watch for equity markets this week is going to be the 30-year Treasury auction that happens on Thursday. Of course, the long end of the curve has been a concern. We're getting ever closer to 5% again on the 20 and the 30-year, basically there on the 20. And we're looking at 4.462% on the 10-year, so getting closer to 4.5%. We've had so many people, Emily, come on my show, Bloomberg Open Interest, weekdays from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., and say, look, 4.5%, above that is the danger zone. And the same is true with 5% on the 30-year. And after we've had a couple of really concerning auctions in Japan. Globally, I think investors are watching the long end, and that's going to be, if we get to those levels, a real headwind for equities.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that we need to get the equities traders hyped up for the Treasury auctions, but you are really hyping it up.
Well,
Matt.
because they're so boring, right? Yeah. And there's a lot of language that as an equity investor, you don't really run into. So you've got to brush up on your Investopedia, and you've got to figure out what it means to see foreign investors, investors that are buying for their own accounts, investors that are buying for banks, primary dealers. But the bottom line is that it's getting more and more expensive to do business. And if it continues, that cost continues to increase, it's going to be a real problem for Donald Trump, for Scott Bessent. You know, the Treasury Secretary has said so often from the beginning of his term in office that getting the 10-year yield down is one of the main things that he wants to do. And so far, it just hasn't really worked out.
All right. Well, we'll be watching that. But ahead of that Treasury auction, let's first get to Charlie Pellet for a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hi, thank you very much. Developing story in New York City, keeping an eye on that electrical fire at Grand Central Terminal that has halted Long Island Railroad service with about 100 firefighters working for several hours through thick smoke to put out the flames. LIRR service in and out of Grand Central suspended, trains being rerouted to Penn Station, Jamaica in Queens, or the Atlantic Terminal in Brooklyn. Again, an electrical fire at Grand Central disrupting Long Island Railroad service out to Long Island. Also in New York, federal judge refusing to block a New York City law that would require landlords rather than their tenants to pay fees for hiring listing brokers. U.S. equities, they're trading higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. We had the Dow little change moments ago, right now up by 11 points. The S&P also up 11. That's a gain of 0.2%. NASDAQ, the composite index, up 20, up by 0.1%. The 10-year yield, 4.46% right now, with a 2-year, 3.99%. Spot gold, little changed as well at $33.24 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude flat on the day, 65.21. Also keeping an eye on Intel shares. They're ripping higher right now. We got Intel up by 7.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks very much for that. Yeah, markets watching closely what happens with the U.S.-China trade talks. Really watching Scott Bessent as a potential replacement for Jerome Powell's Treasury Secretary, and watching Education Secretary Linda McMahon. She is taking part right now in a Bloomberg Newsmaker event, and our White House correspondent, Akayla Gardner, is speaking to her live, already in progress. Let's dip into that conversation.
I don't recall any particular senator or congressman or congresswoman that I've had that conversation with, but generally speaking, they are all for being behind raising test scores, having better performance for the students in our country. But I think at this point, I could probably honestly say that they're relatively evenly divided.
I want to talk about the headlines that we've seen from the administration. Obviously, several different agencies have revoked billions of dollars in funding to many private universities, including Harvard, Columbia, Cornell, Brown, Princeton. Which schools, if any, are on track to getting their funding back from the government?
The first university that we started this process with was Columbia. I visited with the then acting president, Katrina Armstrong, on campus at Columbia. And we basically were starting our conversation relative to anti-Semitism activities that had gone on before and that were still continuing in some ways, though some of it was a little better. That's how we began our conversation. But then we wanted to look at other aspects of, the programs that they had on campus, how they were vetting their students. Did they believe that a lot of the uprisings on campus came from outside agitators or students that were on campus? What were some of the ways that they were managing those activities on campus? And I think we have had really good, open, honest discussions. I've now met with the current president of Columbia twice and had a telephone conversation with her. I'm sorry, met with her once, had 2 telephone conversations with her. And I think we've made great progress. Harvard's been a little more strident. They responded to our negotiation outreach with a lawsuit and have amended that lawsuit once. still hopeful that these things can be resolved, through negotiations. And I think just sitting in and understanding what is really best for students that are on campus, that they can be sure that they're in a safe learning environment when they're there, not be afraid to go to class. But at the same time, we want to make sure if tax dollars are funding a lot of what is going on in the universities, those universities are abiding by the laws of the United States.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor is going to get rid of that brain fog. It's going to allow you to concentrate on the tasks that you are trying to do, either at work or at home or even in school. It's great for individuals that are adults or young adults or even retirees. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Gets rid of that brain fog. It's going to help support memory. And by taking this and drinking filtered water, eating properly, staying away from processed foods, and just applying a holistic approach to your life, you're going to improve your neural health. And by taking Clarity Factor, what's going to happen is that those neurons are going to fire. And the more they're firing, those neurotransmitters, you're going to have neuroplasticity, better neuroplasticity. So learn new things. Again, do exercise, drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, stay away from high levels of sugar, because those high levels of sugar affects your vascular system and your neurons. And mindfulness, make sure you approach life in mindfulness or some sort of spirituality to calm your body down. And by doing these things and taking the right supplementation, you can improve neural health. So please take Clarity Factor, super important. This stacks well with C60, NAD+, resveratrol, and ubiquinol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor also stacks well with Boomer Boost. Now let's talk about C60. C60 is a very potent antioxidant. You can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, and MCT coconut oil. And it's in C60 is a molecule, 60 carbon molecule that needs to be suspended in a lipid, an oil, so you can absorb it. Take a teaspoon a day, preferably on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take it before your workout, and it'll soak up free radicals during your workout, and it'll help you to recover. But you take it every day, take a teaspoon a day every day. And what's going to happen is this is in your cells. C60 is going to soak up those free radicals. And by soaking up those free radicals and neutralizing them, it's reducing stress on the cell and improving the health of the mitochondria. That means your energy sources will increase. Your cells will perform better because they'll have more ATP, which is the major energy source. And when those cells are performing better, your tissues perform better. Therefore, your immune system performs better, and your endocrine system, and your glands, and your other organ systems, including your neurons. By soaking up free radicals at the vascular level, you're going to reduce oxidized LDL. Because if you're soaking up those free radicals, LDL has a hard time getting oxidized. When you reduce oxidized LDL, you're reducing plaque formation. So it's really important to reduce inflammation, soak up free radicals, especially for your vascular system. C60 helps with the neurons too. This is the reason why it stacks well with Clarity Factor. By soaking up those free radicals at the neural level, those neurons are going to have less stress. They're going to be healthier. The mitochondria will be healthier. You'll have more ATP. Neurons need lots of ATP, lots of mitochondria. And they'll fire those neurotransmitters, and the better those neurons fire and communicate and build positive neuroplasticity, your memory is going to be better. Your thinking will be more clear. So it's really important for neural health. But it's not just neural health. It's all the cells in your body. all right? It's going to soak up free radicals and your tissues are going to perform better. So it's super important. Now you start taking this, once a day for a year, you're going to start noticing you look younger. Your skin will be better too. At the basal layer where new skin cells start to form, that basal layer, C60 helps with that. Helps the health of that basal layer. Soaks up those free radicals. It stacks really well with resveratrol, and resveratrol and C60 is super important for the basal layer for the skin. And it stacks well with collagen. So by the collagen helps with the dermal layer, and below the dermal layer, the basal layer, C60 and resveratrol help. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. It's really important as an anti-aging part of the protocol. Again, the anti-aging protocol, the core of it, max 35, max 14 or cleanse for the first pillar. That helps to boost up the immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up those free radicals and reduce stress at the cellular level. Lignans, ashwagandha root, and turmeric, that will help to bring down inflammation and boost up the immune system and also help with the vascular system. And then Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up that metabolism. So if you pay attention to what I've been saying for almost 5 hours, it's about bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals, improving the health of your mitochondria, boosting up those energy levels. Super important, all right? And you're going to notice that you're slowing down the aging process and boosting up that immune system, helping with your endocrine system. You're going to be thinking better. And when you approach it holistically, not just supplementation, but also proper diet and exercise and proper sleep, stay away from processed foods and drink filtered water. When you approach this holistically, then you're going to see major differences in in aging. You're going to slow down the aging process because your body's healing. If you look at people that are chronically sick or chronically, inflamed, have chronic problems all the time, they age faster. And the reason why is they have pro-inflammatory cytokines that are elevated. Their cortisol levels are elevated. That elevated chronic cortisol levels is immunosuppressive, also does damage to tissues. And you age faster. So you don't want to do that. You want to soak up those free radicals, bring down that inflammation, and slow down the aging process much slower than if you didn't do it, all right? So please go to my store, follow the protocol, use discount 5, and you'll get $5 off any order. That's the end of the transmission for today. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.